One, my name is Dario Betti. I'm the CEO of MEF, and it's a pleasure to welcome so many of you today here for the MEF Global Forum. It's great to be back in Barcelona. It seems to be the house of telecoms by now. So lots of excitement, and on our side as well, we didn't expect so many of you. Thank you. It's been very nice. We have a lot of things for you, so bear with us if the introduction, if the registration takes a while. Now you're all here. More people seems to be coming. I have to cheat because I can't do it by heart. But as of now, we really start with the core of what we want to do. So we're going to have an opportunity to extend to members, non-members, other associations, the opportunity to speak. We invited everybody, and we got a great set of a day and a half of chats and discussions, meeting points for you as well. At one point downstairs in this great building, there were hundreds and hundreds of people contracting in the contracting hall, selling, sharing, and discussing. And that's what we want this to happen. Fantastic place. You know, do your business, but do it in style, like this one. We also have a special room rated on for members and so on. But I'll just give you some of the big highlights, or at least the public one. For members, we have Club MEF, which is your lounge. Come sit down, have some teas, coffees, relax, eat there, bring your guest. You know you have a place to do quiet discussions and important discussions. But here is the equally important discussions of, and all the big topics that are close to our heart at MEF. It's not just here. We have 2 tracks to make things even more available for you. And one of them is going to be on the other side. So go down to one level. At the very end is called the plenary hall, and you'll see a very comfortable, great room for lots of discussion. So very briefly, maybe I'll tell you what some of us are going to be today. We're going to start here on consumer trust, something that is very close to our heart. We're going to follow later on the mobile edge, so edge computing and mobile, some of the exciting development that 5G has brought to us. And then we're going to be discussing payments. But on the other side of the building, in the other event, in the second track, what you will see has a plenary hall, yeah. We're going to be discussing a forum for change, inclusion, and sustainability, effectively. And that's starting, if I'm not mistaken, from 2:30 onwards. So I should tell you that there is much more happening, including, please stay, a big social event starting at 5:30 at here, downstairs in the fantastic place that we're going to be open up for you. And then tomorrow is the MEF, as well as elections, MEF elections, very important. Come and vote for your representative. So I should probably say a big thank you to the MEF members, because collectively 196 of you have made this possible. So thank you. You did ask for something spacious, grandeur, and opportunity to relax and talk to each other. I hope we've given what you wanted. But we'll be doing more and talk to you more in the next few days, so be interested in discussing all of those. Now it's time to start in earnest, though. So I'd like to welcome our program director, Michael Becker, for personal data and identity. Hi, Michael. So I mentioned that consumer trust is very close to our heart, and that is so true. We've been doing for 9 years a survey, and we're going to be starting looking at some of the data with the help of, I think, Barbara Langer, which might be appearing magically somewhere behind us. Barbara from Inside Angels has been working for the last few years. There it is, in real size, Barbara. It just looks slightly huge. She comes in perfectly reasonable size, usually, but today, for your eyes only, here we go. Hi, Barbara. And we can
Hello.
we can hear you as well. Fantastic. So, as I said, maybe I will let our real owner of a topic, Michael, introduce him. But I just say MEF has been looking at this topic for now. Is it
this is our 9th year, or we're going into our 10th. So.
We're going to our 10th year of doing consumer survey, checking the benchmark of how people are looking at us in mobile, of the trust in mobile.
Well, and more particularly, we've been looking at the intersection of privacy, personal information, and trust, and where that intersection plays itself out, and how companies can better serve individuals by understanding and having empathy with where they're coming from. And Barbara and I have been working on this now for the last few years, and pulling together recent studies. And this year, we've got some really key insights that we wanted to share with you. This year's study is going to be officially coming out in June, following our personal data and identity other event that we're going to be happening on May 25th in London. But we're going to give you a sneak peek today on 2 of the 10 countries that we've been researching. So Barbara, you want to kick us off and share with us the insights?
Sure. Am I sharing the slides, or are you guys sharing the slides?
I think, let's see, I think we're going to play by here on that one. I've got a clicker, great power. Let's see, do I need to click, guys? I'll go randomly yes and click for it. No, not yet. Oh, that's us. Look, look, who's got a better picture? I think Barbara in real size always wins. But there we go. Oh, this is fancy, Barbara. We now can see 2 of you. But let's go and have a look. Oh, yeah, there it is. The MEF Global Forum. This year, I would say, by the way, you can sit down. We can stand as well by now. So do you want? Well, we probably sit down. By a few of you, quite a few, if you go to our webpage, you can also follow us on real time, by video, on mobileecosystemforum.com for everybody that is being connecting right now. Hello, stay with us online as well. A quick shout out as well, not just of the people that are online, but Assurant, which is one of our members and has been a sponsor for this research for the last 5 years?
5 years.
Well, 5 years, I think. Yeah, I think it would be 5. Well done. Thanks to Assurant as well. Now, sneak peek review, because the first data has arrived. We're looking at UK and US. Is that correct?
Correct.
But we have 13 countries this year, not 10. We've expanded even further, so we're very say that the coverage is going and growing every year. And we got also 8,450 smartphone users that have responded across all of that. Now, should we then look at the core results? Maybe it's something that we can hear you. Barbara, do you want to tell us a bit more of what the coverage of the study itself, what was in there? We're not covering all of this now.
Yeah, so hopefully you can all hear me okay. It's a really wide-ranging piece of work. So we look at the activities people do on their smartphones. Of course, we go into quite a bit of detail on perceptions of control and confidence in relation to personal data sharing. We track how many consumers take various different forms of action to protect their data. And more recently, we've been looking at feelings towards regulation and developments such as artificial intelligence. So today, as it's a sneak peek, we're going to draw on just a few of these areas and share hopefully some interesting highlights for you all. So as we call it the consumer trust study, it's worth spending just a moment to define trust in this context. So generally speaking, trust is a belief or a degree of confidence about a person or organization or a situation. But of course, it's highly individual. It may be rational, irrationally based, but it's really important for us to understand because clearly it drives a lot of decision making. And when it comes to trust and personal data sharing, we've broken this down into 3 components, and we use these to build a trust index. Firstly, awareness, knowing how your data is going to be used when you're sharing it. That's partly about transparency, but not only. Second, control, the feeling that even after you've shared your data, you are still the owner of it. It's yours to withdraw should you want to, for example. And third, safeguards, so believing that your data won't be vulnerable to fraudsters, for example. There are other ways we could have looked at it, but combining these 3 areas gives us a pretty good understanding of where consumers sit on trust overall. So if we go to the next slide, I can actually only see myself now. Oh, there we go. That's great. So we can look at the overall trust index for the US and the UK based on the positive responses we get to those 3 areas I just outlined of awareness, control, and safeguards. The index is just an average across the 3 areas. And what we see is that in both markets, the trust index is around the 50% mark, slightly higher in the US than the UK, which means that trust is quite weak for around half of consumers. And looking at the components, it tends to be weak across all 3 areas, although perceptions of control are the weakest, 52% giving positive response that they feel in control in the US and only 48% in the UK. Go to the next slide. we did a bit of follow-up here to find out a bit more about that control factor and what it is that allows consumers to feel like they're in control, if they do feel in control. And what we found, as you see here, is that for most, they're not really achieving control through any kind of active data management. It's more that they manage their risk by abstaining from sharing where they don't feel comfortable. So the top 3 reasons for feeling in control of personal data are only using apps and services I trust, sharing as little information as I can, and account deletion. They're less likely to feel in control because they're actually using tools to protect themselves, for example. So it may actually be a false sense of control people are talking about here. And if we just continue, we know that despite fairly low trust, consumers are continuing to engage with more and more apps and services. So there's an unresolved tension due to the pull factor of those services. We've been tracking agreement with this particular statement for a few years now, which says, I share my personal data online, but do get valuable services in return. And we can see in both markets, this is trending upwards, which suggests that the attractiveness of those new services is possibly distracting users from these issues. That doesn't mean, of course, that consumers wouldn't engage with even more services if they were able to trust more often.
So Barbara, I'm going to stop you there because there's so far I even want to go back to the benchmark, but this trend is something that has generated an internal debate between the 3 of us, if not me. But before I tell you who stands where, raise your hand if you believe in this word. Do you agree that you get valuable services return to sharing your personal data? Raise your hand. Let's see if this, I can count, but there are very few and some of them are below. No, there's one there, shy, I think it's 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 4, 5, oh no, but Jeff scratching his nose, doesn't count. It's 5, and you're quite a few. So that's surprisingly, obviously you're probably talking to a different educated market, but it's picking up. So this number is it half full or half empty?
Well, my opinion is I don't think people really understand or know what value they're getting. They're so used to getting free services that they don't fully understand what they're giving up for those free services and what the implications are for them. So as we dig deeper into these concepts and ideas, I think we're going to start seeing those numbers actually go down, in my opinion. The other thing is people are looking about this and saying we're trending up towards people feeling like they're getting more value from these services. But if you just take a look at this, what this is really saying is half of the people believe they're not getting value. And as a business, I would be very concerned with that, because when they're not getting value, what are they doing? They're deleting their data, they're not sharing information with you, they don't trust you. In other words, it's impacting your bottom line immediately. So this is a problem in the industry I absolutely think we need to address.
Certainly is a problem. We've seen in the previous examples of our studies as well, attritions, stopping doing things, stopping using services, stopping downloading applications because of the fear, the trust issue. But I'll be the half full one. I don't know, they don't seem particularly happy because the majority of, well, 70–80% of people are using something that they think is going to make them slightly better, which is questionable, but deleting things or using different approaches, aliases, and so on. So they are doing something they don't like, but that things are going up shows that either they're giving up a bit, they say, well, that's going to be the life is going to be, maybe. Or maybe they're really happy with value services.
Perhaps. I mean, some of the other challenges or tensions we see here as well is, I hear this all the time. Well, people are signing up for these services, so of course they don't mind sharing their data. With many of these services, and I'll use one as LinkedIn as example, I was talking to an FCC chairman or a FCC director a while back, and she said, well, if you don't agree with the terms of services, don't sign up for the service. And I'm like, so what you're telling me is I can't have a job. So a lot of these digital services today are becoming so important as part of our lives, we don't have a choice but to sign up for them. So so really we're making that question, do I have to give up all of my digital self for the right to be able to have a digital presence, or can we as industry be doing better? And from what I'm seeing and from what we're seeing from the study is we can do a lot better.
By the way, that reminds me, I'll do an immediately a sale. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about regulations and how regulatory in Europe is changing that. that the DMA and DSA, so the European Union is trying to say, do we need to change our digital markets or digital services? Because it is not contestable, so it's following on that.
And we didn't do it this year's study, but in the last few years, we've looked at people's kind of emotional sentiment around this as well. And while we see this uptick, yeah, I'm kind of getting value, but the vast majority of people feel impaired or helpless.
Yeah.
Right? So they're doing it almost despite themselves because they feel like they have to do it. And if they have to do it, they might as well be thinking they're getting value. So we're dealing with a lot of emotional challenges for people today.
So even if I behave here, like act like the dove, looking at that is positive somehow, so in the industry something better is happening, I will still play it down and say that it is not a good number, 50% or 55%. That still shows that the majority of your customers are still, have got some major issues in the way we, as an industry, telecommunication, digital services and so on, present them the option of distributing personal data.
Well, and also too, if you just like look at net promoter scores too, if you're getting anything below 80, you failed. So this is a signal that's basically saying we as industry are not properly serving our customers, and so we need to work on that.
So Barbara, if you don't interrupt, we're going to keep on going like this forever. So I better give it back to you.
All right, let's move on to a slightly different topic, which is another tension we wanted to quickly highlight. New data this year, it's about trust in the information you consume online. We asked a couple of statements in relation to Facebook and Twitter. First, whether consumers feel that free speech is possible on the platform, and secondly, whether they would trust the content they read on that platform. And what's interesting is that for both platforms, in both markets, there's a real delta between the two. So the majority believe that free speech is possible, but far fewer trust what they read. So free speech, we think, is naturally creating more headwind around trust in that broader sense, around the information that you consume online. Which is clearly a very hard one to resolve, but just an interesting new data point we collected this year. And I'll keep going on to the next point.
Let's ask for a second if any of these is surprising, any of these numbers surprising for you. Not particularly positive numbers. I don't know if you can. I think you can read it there. In my view, I would expect a higher number than that. It's the first time we've asked this question. Any views? Are you all shy? No, okay. I'm sure you have a view.
Yeah, for me, when I look at these numbers, it concerns me because people, when we're supposed to be consuming this content from these different platforms to get a sense of what's going around in the world, and if we can't trust that information that's coming to us, that's a great concern to me. Now, we see some of these platforms as of recent have been adding new kind of identity verification utilities and tools to kind of help us understand who we're speaking with. But one of my great concerns about that, and I'll be talking about this in future sessions throughout the next couple of days, is that we're going down a really tight, slippery slope in making privacy and security a luxury good. Those that can afford to be able to verify themselves in these platforms and to be able to enable themselves to be able to use these platforms have to pay for it to be able to get there. And then that really still then raises the questions. Now, we as consumers are now actually having to pay for both our identity management as well as our ability to verify ourselves, as well as our ability to then start moderating content on behalf of these platforms. I just think something's fundamentally broken in the business models that I'm seeing right now.
So you're referring to the fact that both Meta, Facebook, etc., and Twitter have turned off a two-factor authenticity only for paying customers.
Well, I'm actually more inclined, and again, we can talk about offline that one. On the Twitter one, I'm a little closer to it because there are hard costs that they're having to absorb. And they're basically saying, if you want OTP, you need to become verified, but there is a free alternative.
Yep.
Right? And so that one I'm a little bit better for. But on the recent Meta announcements, that really concerns me because they're essentially saying, you as an individual need to pay if you want to make sure that your account is secure. And that does, in fact, concern me. But in regards to this element, again, if we can't trust what we're reading online, what's the point?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we need to figure out.
We did ask that question in January before the changes took place. We have a question from... Yep.
What do you see as the future of the platform if we can't trust the content on it?
For you at home, we'll repeat it now.
With that, what is the future of the platform if we can't trust the content that's coming from it?
Again, I think it's for each platform, it's going to be different. It will be. I'm really curious as in how we're going to be handling moderation and who does that moderation. At a much higher level, and when I was just talking about behind the scenes with somebody about this new advent of ChatGPT and the artificial intelligence issues that are coming online, I think the differentiation for these types of services are, can we actually verify and provide evidence for the content? I think we're going to see and I would hope this is more aspirational than what I expect. I would hope that we're going to see a lot more effort being put into citing resources, acknowledging sources, giving credit where credit is due, and allowing people to go, track back to the evidence of where this insight's coming. If we're not careful with that, we're going to just have this giant opinion space and not one that's actually facts-based or evidence-based that will allow us to move forward in making decisions. So if we can't figure out that ability to create a citation and acknowledgement management capability within these platforms, I think they go away.
It's interesting because you hit in MEF in its mission statement looks at the sustainability of our markets. So we want, and raising questions. That's one of the questions we like to raise for the sustainability of our markets. If half of our customers don't see value in some of the major and most successful solutions we have out there, what are we delivering for them? And so that's something we've got a couple more questions. So I think we'll get a mic and get the debate on. Barbara, we'll come back to you. So I think that, and by the way, we have seen a more negative stance towards social media in general over the last few years. That has been growing. But that's one of the key drivers for our market. So are we not worried? And could you introduce yourself as well?
Yes, Shannon with Telesign. So I think the average consumer has difficulty differentiating fake news from real broadcasted information through these social channels. And so what do you think is the best remediation? There's research that shows that a lot of the fake material is being broadcast by a subset of users and then echoed through a series of bots. And so if consumers have a difficult time differentiating that from real fact, what do we do?
Well, let's get a second. Great question, thank you. I'll try to get the second question at the same time, so for interest of time. Do we have another question very briefly?
Where's the question?
So, yeah. Well, meanwhile, I'll start with that. This is
There you go.
Hello?
yes.
I'm Frederick Jones from MovieText. Yeah. I was wondering, do you have any information about demographics of this research? Age,
I think
sex? And
Barbara will take. We do have all of that, apart from the countries, which we only show 2 countries because they are ready. The others are just finalizing. We do have a demographics. We have social and economics data. We can split it up in different ways. But yes,
And
but we haven't got it ready.
second part of the
Oh.
question, when you say Facebook, what do you include in Facebook? Are you because I heard you saying Meta and
We've asked the same question for multiple of the Meta. So Instagram is a separate. We didn't include it here, but Instagram is separate. This is only the brand Facebook. This comes us to the consumers as Facebook itself. So thanks, Alfredo. I answered those questions, which is great, which is more to be later. The tough one to you.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day where it's going to end up, and I'll be talking about this shortly thereafter after this session, is it's going to resolve down to us being able to have control over our identities, and for us to be able to, as businesses, also to have control over our identities. And so therefore, we're going to end up in I believe we need to end up in a world where everyone can be validating themselves and self-asserting themselves so that we can then monitor that kind of what we'll call the trust triangle or trust diamond, if you will. And it's going to take some very fundamental changes in our approach and the infrastructure on how we manage things today. We've got to break out of this centralized approach of 1 or 2 entities being in control of our personal data and identity. And that's and again, I'll be talking about that shortly thereafter. But for me, that's one of the key answers.
I think that's a very good question, one of fundamental. And I don't have the answers, and I'm not here to bring answers, but some of our members are looking at accountability. Interestingly, some of the regulators are looking at accountability. Whose fault is it if something happens with the bad information out there? That debate is actually going in UK law rather than EU right now being discussed pretty massive.
Well, the Supreme Court in the United States is looking at that, like, as we speak, in
And
the sense of, do these platforms, are they liable for the information and what's conveyed through their system? So
Some of our members are also thinking of ways to get the crowd deciding if trustability, challenging or not. I would also say, yeah, and there are some questions out there. And finally, AI, will that help? I think that's not the solution. That's another way we might actually find ourselves a lot of problems, just rehashing some of the inherent bias or issues that we're going to have. Great as AI it is, we all love it. Let's look at it. It's not going to find the truth, because the truth is difficult for everybody.
Well, and again, I'm going to go back to my point about, I made to Jeff earlier, about this idea of citation and evidence. I don't know if any of you have played a lot with the AI systems in the recent ChatGPT, but it is absolutely astounding to me to the level of, sorry for the language, BS that it can convey with great conviction, right? You'll ask it a question and it will come back with an answer, and it just sounds great. And if you don't know, and if you just took that verbatim, you might not realize that it is completely wrong, right? And so I think what we need to do is learn, but in other times it's quite right. So we need to learn how to use these tools and pressure ourselves to look for evidence and look for facts. And that's what it's going to take to make this happen.
I'm really afraid. She looks so big. It looks like she might crash at any moment. So we will go back to the questions out there. Barbara.
And we have 2 more slides, by the way. We want to finish this up.
Yes.
Yeah, a couple more topics to cover briefly. So one which we've been tapping into this year is regulation, finding out what priority consumers place on different focus areas of regulation. And the most important two from a consumer perspective are ensuring big tech companies don't have too much power over people's data, and preventing harmful content online, which seems to be even more important in the UK. And I think that potentially the focus on big tech here speaks to the notion of control that we saw earlier in the slides, where people are increasingly understanding, I think, that that their data is a product that can be sold and that has value to others apart from themselves. So interesting to see that those forces sort of rising to the top here as well, in terms of what people want to see from regulators most of all.
And just to go back on the regulation point real quick, if you don't mind. One thing that we as industry need to be really, really aware of is this generalized trend towards people-centric regulations. Over the summer, I did an analysis about 100 different regulations that are coming, that are actually in force or coming within this space. And by 2025, it's estimated that 75% of the world's population is going to be covered under one or more regulations that gives them the right to have certain controls over their data. And so it's not just about checking that legal box to say, yes, I'm compliant and I've met certain tools. You as an entity or organization need to kind of prepare yourself for what happens when your customers say, give me a copy of the data you have on me. It's not just a GDPR check, but I want to see it, I want to know it, I want to know what's going on with it. And then if in fact we can then have a trusted relationship, and that's part of that transparency play that will play out. So as you're starting to think about this, be very, very well aware of the kind of tsunami of people-centric regulations that are coming down the pike. And then on the other side of things, and Barbara mentioned particularly in the UK, there's some very significant age verification and age authentication regulations that are coming on plaque. And actually, just last week, we at the MEF put out a new age verification and regulations report that I'd encourage you to read. And that being the second most important regulatory topic for consumers right now. So make sure you pay attention to that.
Very close to our heart. It's been for a few years. So please do to pay attention, for the industry, so important. Now, we only have little time. If not, well, we don't have time. But this would be our conclusion slides. Can you do it in 10 seconds, Barbara? She's good.
I'll maybe 20. So we looked at personal information management systems to see if that as a concept had appeal. The majority do say they like the idea of it, but there's a lot of inertia and sort of maybe some apathy and confusion around it as well. That also, whilst they like the idea of it, some would only use it if it was free, and there's also a feeling among over half that they shouldn't really be having to bear this burden of getting involved in this way, that organizations should be doing a proper job of looking after their data without this kind of product needing to exist. So there's some potential, but also quite a bit of work to do there to address those kind of barriers and confront the status quo.
Which is great. I think we might have to close this
we're
now,
done,
but
I'm
you,
leading right into this.
I'm just leaving you in the good hands of Michael Becker. But first, I think she's leaving, so let's say that. Barbara, thank you very much. Go back and work on those numbers. We want them soon. There are lots of questions, and we've heard it before. So work on those. We'll come back with all, and you're going to have raw data to play with, as well as reports from Barbara very soon. But the official report should be maybe May, June. We'll come back to
June, and it's about an 80-page report with raw data from every country. It's absolutely amazing, available to all the MEF members. So be sure you get a copy of that. And past year's reports are also available.
And be sure to be part of a working group which analyzes and drives that, which is a personal data and editing working group with Michael. I will leave you now. Thanks again. Thanks, Barbara. Thank you, Michael. And I'll leave you these. I'm sure I'll see you next. Bye-bye.
So this leads us into the next talk, and I've only got, about 10 minutes for this one, maybe a little less. All right, so can I get the next set of slides over? So what we're going to talk about here is this new and emerging concept of the personal information management service or solution. Let me see if they can pop my slides up, and we'll get ready for it. Slides coming? Yeah, maybe. No? No? That's the other deck. Yeah, we can try the, you don't want to hear me sing karaoke, it's horrific. Yeah. All right, so let's talk and give you some kind of briefing of what's going on in the marketplace. So actually, let's just let their slides. Do we have any other questions from that last presentation real quick while we're waiting for this to get popped up? Because I don't want to get out of tune on my slides. No? We getting close? All right, here we go. All right, so Barbara kind of concluded with this presentation earlier, and so in this year's study for the first time, we looked at this concept of a personal information management service or solution. And the idea is a PIMS is a piece of technology and software and service that will give people the ability to have control and ownership over their data. And simply stated, a PIMS helps people control their personal data. PIMS allows individuals to manage their personal data in secure local online storage systems, share it with and with whom they choose. And this is a high-level architectural diagram of how a PIMS will play itself out. Essentially, through any of the different types of connection media that I may be able to use to access my internet, both physical and digital internet-enabled services, I'll be able to store my data into a centralized location. That's what we're going to call a personal data store. On top of that personal data store is a variety of different types of business logic and application logic that will enable people to be able to manage and interact with their personal data. So the question then is, how do we go from this and what's happening within this concept? The idea of a personal information management service and this ability to give people self-sovereign control and agency over their data is not new. And in fact, starting in the United States, it's about a 130-year-old conversation. Back in the 1890s is when we first started getting our first regulatory view on this concept that people have a right to privacy. People have the ability to be able to be in control of both their physical and digital self. Since then, that conversation has been evolving. In 1946, there was a gentleman named by Vannevar Bush who came out of World War II, a data scientist, and he invented this concept called a mimic machine. It was basically a technology that he said that we should be able to wirelessly and directly interact with all of our personal data and assemble it into our own space so that we could leverage it for ourselves. It was really kind of the precursor to the personal computer, actually. Then, fast forward to about 1900 and 2010, we're going beyond kind of the conceptual theoretical models of this idea of us having self-sovereign agency and control over our data and into a world where how do we actually build this out? And in 1996, for example, there was an academic by the name of Kenneth Loudon who proposed this idea that we should have a national information exchange marketplace for people to be able to broker their data. At that same time, you had Hagel and Rapor propose ideas that we should have the ability, this new emerging concept called an infomediary, a technological infrastructure layer within the industry that would allow people to be able to broker their data within their organization. Around 2007, 2009, you had the EU and the World Economic Forum coming in at that point in time saying, and also too, this is really important because guess what? Our personal data is the new black gold, it's new oil, it's a new economic asset class. We should be treating it as a monetizable asset that has value, and that value should be in control of the individual. Fast forward between 2010, 2020, we're now entering into what we'll call this kind of second wave of the internet. We're basically, Forrester called this the age of the customer. We're basically going to be hoovering up all of this data about people to be able to power these rich and enticing services. But what has that done to us? It's created declines in trust. It's eroded our privacy. Yes, it's given us a number of free services that we've been able to gather, but as we learned from the last session, are people really happy about this or not? We're not really sure. Now, what's the next wave of this technology and how are we coming to? We're entering into this fourth wave evolution of the personal information economy. And in this evolution, we're now seeing a new emerging class of technology or capability coming into the common stream of consumer engagement. And that's what we're calling the people-centric approaches. This is not just technology, it's also regulatory activities. It's also consumer behavior and consumer awareness. And you now have, sitting in this common riverbed of consumer engagement, traditional organizational-centric approaches now merging with these emergent people-centric approaches like a personal data management system. And we're going to start calling this, and this is terminology you'll hear, Web 3.0, Web 5.0. But the reason why I lay this out is this concept of a personal information management service may seem totally brand new to you, but it's not. And if you think about it, it's been evolving for well over 130 years. The technology to make this possible has been evolving well for the last 20 to 25 years. And with this new advent of the recent introductions of cryptology and other capabilities, it is actually happening right now. And I'm going to give you an analogy of speed here. The market is going to shift towards this type of capability in the next 3 to 5 years. And the reason why I say that is if you look at what happened, for instance, with Facebook. Facebook started around, 2006, 2007. By 2019, more than half of the world's population is on top of that platform. All the impediments that slowed its growth were gone. Smartphone adoption, online capabilities, internet adoption, et cetera. All those impediments are gone, accelerated growth. We're now going to see hyper-accelerated growth in technologies like this, and we're going to see an evolution of the market grow in the next 3 to 5 years. So I'm doing some research, and then we'll be coming out in April, on the factors that influence people's interest in adopting these personal information management solutions. Particularly, we're seeing their attitudes toward it, their social influences toward it, and their control beliefs, as mediated through trust, which will influence their intentions to adopt these solutions. What we're finding is, as we saw in the last study and the current studies that I'm doing right now, that people absolutely do want these services. They just need help in understanding them. They need education. But more importantly, they also need to have these influences. Who's going to influence them to adopt these services? We're learning that my family's going to influence to help me adopt these services. My friends will influence this. My employers will help influence this, as well as other industry experts. And then finally, this idea of a control belief. Do I feel that I actually can leverage and use these services effectively within my market? What we're learning from the early insights into the research is people do believe they can control and use these services, but they have to be really easy. They've got to be appropriate onboarding, priced at the right level, and there's a variety of other factors that are coming into play. Once we understand these factors, we'll be able to drive these solutions out into the market. So the key takeaways from the research that we've been doing in this marketplace is this idea of attitude plays an absolutely critical role, as I talked about earlier. This idea of influence plays one as well. And then finally, when it comes down to control, I really liked what Barbara had said in the previous class. We've kind of got this fake sense of control. But what control is really about is about the ability for me to be able to choose the who, what, when, where, for what purpose, and for how long someone has access to my digital self. And that's what we're going to be able to enable with technologies like personal information management solutions. So I'm going to get off the stage now because we've got so much topic to be able to cover, but we're going to be talking about this over the next 2 days. And in fact, tomorrow, be sure to watch the BBC case study because they've implemented one of the first commercially grade PIMS in the marketplace. And so we're going to be talking about this and showing it actually being rolled out into the market today.
Before you do, does anyone have any questions for Michael?
No? Well, thank you very much.
It's on now. Hi, everyone. Oh, good grief, it's me. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. Yes, I'll leave now. So I'm here to talk about the US market. I actually made some notes somewhere. Just bear with me a second. They're interesting notes. That's not them. That's them. Okay, so there. US market. Why would you want to actually go into the US market? The US market has complexities around it. And we have tried, as the campaign registry, it does say I work for, I still work for, that we have tried to help people to actually get into the US market using 10DLC numbers. What's 10DLC? 10-digit long codes. Never said we were any great brain trust when it came up to thinking of what the acronym meant, but 10-digit long codes. In the US, there are basically, there used to be, many smaller telephone companies. Originally starting as one large organization, and now they're split into multiple organizations, and then they're now merging back into single organizations. It's wonderful when that happens. And with that, they had all legacy systems that meant that they had to do things differently. Each organization did things in their own unique way. But I find it slightly ironic that here I am, a Brit, with a very mixed background. My mum's Sri Lankan English, my father's Polish, Russian, Austrian. And here I am, a Brit, in Spain, talking about the US market. So it's funny, really. I mean, I'm sure there's many Americans out there that would probably have more knowledge about the US market, intimate knowledge about the US market than I do. I just happen to have been working directly in that space where people are looking at some of the issues around it. And why are there issues around it? And why the US market has gone through this deregulated model, why they've gone for this transparency and transparency in understanding what is going on across their networks. It's because then they can properly monetize, but also, more importantly, they can look at the key thing that they're going to be reducing, which is spam. In the US market, the key element that is a primary problem is spam. Now, why is it spam? It's very cheap to send a message in the US market. If anyone over here has actually bothered to try and figure out what it costs to send a message in the US compared to the rest of the world, it is very inexpensive. And hence, because of that price point, it becomes a spam issue. In the rest of the world, it's a fraud issue. It's not that fraud doesn't exist in the US, of course it does. But the primary problem is spam. So when you're looking at, you want to start messaging into the US market, you're going to come across measures that are being put in place to try and protect the mobile customers, those consumers, from spam. So the registration processes, the hoops that people have to jump through, are there for that reason, to protect consumers. And each carrier has a different perspective on what that means based on the core messaging guidelines that they've come up with collectively and that are published by the CTIA. With that core piece of implementation, you have the rulings and the rules for which you can create these messaging guidelines and create compliant messaging so that hopefully consumers are not being spammed. But it is complex. It's complex to handle all of the systems. It's complex to actually work through all of that. And TCR, Campaign Registry, within the 10DLC space, is there to put it as simply as I can. It's there as an authorized sender registry. So we register who you are and what you want to do. So with that, it means that a carrier can look at the information that we've collected and understand what somebody is trying to do across their network and who they are, where it originated, the hops, the steps that message has taken to get into their network. That information means that you can properly track and see what someone's doing. The US does it quite differently from the rest of the world. And the US does many things quite differently from the rest of the world. I mean, for example, the US still has Fahrenheit, whereas the rest of the world went Celsius. Actually, it was the Brits that actually introduced Fahrenheit to America. It was our fault. In the 18th century, we decided that we'd tell a bunch of people all around the world that our way was the best way. Then we changed to Celsius and left the Americans with Fahrenheit and feet and inches, which kind of make no sense really. But it's still there, and the Americans still adopt that, along with American Samoa and the Cayman Islands. They're in good company. But the US does things differently. And the systems there are built up differently. Now, I had some other notes I had. Oh, I didn't know this. There are 70 million dogs and 74 million cats in the US as domestic owners, that they have domestic owners of that many. To me, that could be a lost messaging opportunity. And that, did you know, I didn't know this. Americans check their phones 344 times a day. It's every 4 minutes. You've probably all checked your phone at least once every 4 minutes. All right, turning the page. There's more I can tell you. So when we look at, in the US, when somebody comes into the market, what are they trying to do? They're trying to make sure that they can get their messaging to the end user. And like in any part of the world, you want to have that path as smooth as possible. Any carrier just wants to know that the bad actors are being prevented from entering their systems and the good actors are being encouraged. A registration process of any kind, a registration process which makes you think about what am I doing, who am I sending it to, what sender ID am I using to get this message to the end user, and letting people know what that is means that you've given transparent information to the networks that you're running it over. And the US carriers have felt that having that transparency, having that information is paramount to understanding and then growing the business. And in fact, it's been seen to do that. There's been a lot of bad actors that have been taken out of the primary SMS space, either in shortcode, in toll-free, in 10DLC, because of registration processes and because the data is there and because you can very quickly check what somebody is doing, what they say they're doing, and check it against what they are doing in market and take appropriate action. Transparency has been really the core of the exchange of information and the reason why people are asking everyone to jump through all of these hoops. I always relate it back to my daughter, who was just turned 20 yesterday. And when she was 12 years old, she came to me and she said, "Dad, I just need to check something with you. If a boy asks me out, he really needs to ask you first." And I was thinking hard about this. I could answer that two ways. I could be honest with her and go, "No, that's just all you, it's down to you." Because she'd given me very transparent information. She'd asked about the process. What is the process for this to be successful? So, of course, I told her what she said was exactly right. Every boy should ask me directly before they got a date with her. That lasted until she was about 13. And then it just kind of went away. Anyway, but transparency, transparent information, transparent processes, people understanding what they will get if they follow the process has been critical. When you don't have a registration process of any kind, when you're not able to understand what people are sending and who they are sending it to, what methodology they are using to send it, it starts to create a little bit of chaos and opportunity for bad actors to come in and exploit those holes. So although the US carriers have, in their infinite wisdom, created multiple processes to seemingly frustrate the heck out of anyone wanting to send a message simply into the US market, they've done it from a determined reason and with an end result that is to decrease the amount of spam in the US market, encourage growth of the messaging ecosystem by ensuring that consumers feel that they can trust that space that they're getting the messages in. And so behind the scenes, there may be a whole bunch of gnashing of teeth and frustration of, these are a lot of hoops to jump through, these are a lot of things that have to be done, there's costs involved in all of this. But it pays out at the other end when the carriers fully warrant and support the messaging and will help people to make sure that messaging terminates correctly. And that's why the US market right now has seen a growth in generally in sort of the SMS space, in the messaging space, because there's huge efforts, and TCR is one part of those efforts, along with NetNumber and CTIA and other people in this space, to ensure that we're protecting the end user, we're protecting this consumer, protecting them from getting bad messaging. And we do that with a simple registration process. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Stefan?
Yeah, got any questions for me? John Coleman, if you're here, you're not allowed to ask any.
No.
Jeff, you have a question?
I watched your MEF interview the other day. Was it a week ago?
Oh, on with NetNumber.
Yeah, that was terrific. And you made a comment, I think was something to the effect of that the campaign registry is looking into additional ways of protecting consumers.
Yes.
I was curious as to if you have the if this now's the appropriate time to elaborate a little bit more on that, or if there was more to that.
Like anything, when you look at the verification and validation of information that goes into any kind of registry, you want to ensure that you're always progressing the technologies you use, and you're not standing still, because the hackers, the bad actors don't stand still. So we're always trying to keep one step ahead, and in that, we're looking at ways that we can, using either digital credentials or other ways of checking identity, to ensure that when we're talking to a brand, that is that brand. When we're talking to somebody who represents that brand, that is the person that represents that brand. And that brand does have a deal with that particular campaign service provider who is entering the data into our systems. So yes, there's always another leap, and trying to make it as the least amount of friction. Frictionless doesn't exist. But to make it the least amount of friction and the most cost-effective and efficient way for people to utilize it are the key concerns. Because if you have something, it could be the best system ever, but if it's a huge effort, the adoption will be very small. And the realization from our side is that we need to ensure that everyone can do it, from the small mom-and-pop shop, the sole proprietors that are sending 50 messages a month, to the people that are sending 50 million messages a month. So, thank you, Jeff, for that question.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Or I will gracefully exit. Thank you.
You can literally, there's a 5-minute comfort break. So there's restrooms on this floor. And if you go behind you, there's coffee and juice and water. And then if you all come back for Mobile Edge Forum, thank you so much. Make sure you come back.
Thank you. Okay, why don't we get started? Welcome back to at least the 50% of you who braved the break to come back to see this nice presentation and panel that we have for you on the mobile edge. Hopefully a couple of you others in the back will rejoin us shortly. My name's Doug Makishima. I'm the Chief Sales and Marketing Officer for Summit Tech, one of the leading vendors in IP communications and mobile streaming, live stream video. And we're here today to talk about the mobile edge and new monetization opportunities for operators and for enterprises. So today, I'm sure all of you know what the cloud is. Everyone uses the cloud for everything. Almost every app you have on your phone, certainly streaming, social media, almost every application that we use today is driven or lives in the cloud. But do you really know what the cloud is or how it works? Many of us don't, but we just take it for granted. So today, cloud has transformed everything, transformed business, industries, transformed computing, but we still use local computing. So our devices, our mobile phones, our computers, lots of tech in the office and in the home still. So we have local computing and we have cloud. So edge computing is bringing those cloud resources to the edge of the network. And which network are we talking about? Mobile edge, we're talking about mobile operators. And unlike with the cloud transformation, where mobile operators really didn't monetize or take advantage of the opportunity, this time around, with this new frontier in the digital transformation, operators do have an opportunity to monetize further, and enterprises as well also. They have a greater opportunity now. But the question is, what are these applications? What is the edge, the cloud edge, good for? What is it going to be used for? So for that, we have a lot of that question. We have a lot of answers for you on our panel. Now, I have to start off with an apology. Unfortunately, both AWS and Microsoft couldn't make it due to some logistical administrative issues, probably my fault, but don't despair. We still have our core group of panelists here with Tilly Gilbert, representing STL Partners, a leading research and analyst firm in the space, as well as Ken Wee from Bridge Alliance. They represent, Bridge Alliance is the largest alliance of mobile operators in the Asia Pacific and the Middle East regions. And we have Rob Peguerero, who is a contributor for Fast Company, PC Magazine, and Light Reading. So we'll start off with a presentation from Tilly to explain exactly what the edge, mobile edge is.
Okay, so we're going to be exploring this topic for the next hour and a half, I believe. And so I've been asked to come up and maybe give a little bit of a 101 explainer and state of the industry overview, so that hopefully everyone's clear as we head through the rest of the presentations and the panel discussion. So just very briefly, as Doug said, I am one of the principal consultants at STL Partners. We at STL have been undergoing research and consulting projects focused on edge computing for the last 5 or 6 years. That includes a range of different projects with some of the major telecoms operators, as well as technology companies, systems integrators, and others who are key in this space. We also produce a specific research stream that is completely focused on edge computing, where we publish a range of reports, tools, and market forecasts to help companies to understand this space and what it might mean for them. So very briefly, just to explain how we see the value proposition for edge computing, what we see is that edge is driven by a new set of use cases which have requirements which include both some elements that look like local compute and also elements that look like cloud compute. So there is a range of new sets of use cases that have certain requirements that really work very well if you run that application on the device or very locally, but they also want some of the benefits that we've seen traditionally from cloud, like scalability and flexibility. And where you have a use case that has requirements with a little from column A and a little from column B, a little from the local compute side and a little from the cloud compute side, that is where we see the strongest value proposition for edge computing, for bringing the cloud closer to where the user is being generated. And for us, we say that there are a range of different types of edge computing. What you can see here on this slide is a sort of a logical overview from, on the far left-hand side, the end devices, so the cameras, the headsets, the IoT sensors where data is being generated, right the way through to the internet on the far right, where you have the core hyperscale data centers and centralized cloud. And for us, when we're talking about edge computing, we're talking about everything that comes in that middle space between the internet exchanges and right down to the end devices. And as I said, there are different types of edge, and I'm laying out here what they are. We have edge, which runs on a customer premise, either on servers, say in a comms room of a factory, or perhaps on an IoT gateway. We have edge that runs somewhere within the telecoms operator's network, whether that's in a central office or perhaps at a base station. And then we have edge, which runs at regional sites, so sites like internet exchanges. Today, I think we're mainly going to be focused on this network edge element, since this is MEF, and many individuals here are sort of related and thinking through mobile operators and the role that they can play. And in particular, in the panel discussion, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the monetization opportunities that may come for mobile operators with edge computing. To dive in a little bit more to these sort of benefits, the things that are actually coming from moving workloads to the edge. As I said before, we see that edge is really beneficial when you've got both requirements that are both local compute-like and cloud-like. This goes into a little bit more details about some of the benefits or the performance characteristics that edge computing can deliver. So it can deliver some of the local compute-like characteristics like low latency. That is the one benefit that is typically talked about when we're discussing edge computing. But it can also deliver a range of other local compute-like benefits. So things like reduced backhaul by processing, filtering, caching information closer to where it's being generated, rather than streaming all raw data back to the centralized cloud, which can be expensive for certain types of applications. And also, really importantly, and probably not spoken about enough, data localization. So being able to ensure that data that is being collected and stored is being kept within the country that it is being generated in. This means that it's subject to the data privacy laws of your own country, and you can be aware and comfortable of them. On the cloud compute side, we'll see that edge can deliver benefits around many of the typical areas that have been talked about in centralized cloud. So just like any centralized cloud, it can be scalable, it can be flexible, it can be spun up and spun down to meet temporary peaks in workloads and increases in demand. It can also enable some interesting benefits around the actual end device. Through offloading compute off the device to an edge location, you can get devices that are increasingly lightweight, more ruggedized, have better battery life, and this can be really important, for instance, with something like an AR/VR headset, which today is relatively expensive, quite heavy, relatively uncomfortable to wear, needs charging relatively regularly. If you offload some of that compute to the edge, you can look to get much cheaper headsets, which can then be worn in many more instances, that are more lightweight and comfortable to wear, that don't heat up so much from the battery power required, and so on and so forth. And I think that some of these characteristics will come through in Doug's presentation when he discusses the specific application that they've got. He'll probably be touching upon some of these areas that are really important for that application to run well and provide the customer experience that they're looking to provide for their end users. It's worth very briefly bearing in mind that there is a slight color coding on this slide showing you that we're primarily going to be focused on some of the benefits in the orange or the gray boxes today, because those are benefits that are really primarily delivered from the network edge. The data localization is something which is often associated more with an on-prem edge solution, and so may not be discussed as much today, although in cases it can still be relevant. Different types of industries, different types of end customers will adopt different types of edges in different circumstances. We see that there's a set of industries that are more likely to want to maintain that their compute remains on their customer premise, and that they are able to have control over that. And those include things like Industry 4.0, government, and defense. On the other hand, there are a range of different industry verticals and types of end customers that are more likely to leverage the network edge. And these are really a lot of industries and use cases where wide area coverage is needed, where we're talking about consumer-facing use cases. So in areas like transport or media and entertainment, where there is no one fixed customer premise where the compute could be located. And they're more likely to want to adopt network edge. In the middle, we have a range of different industry verticals where really it's going to depend on the use case. So in healthcare, you may see the network edge being leveraged for things like remote monitoring, so for the data analysis of wearables as someone moves throughout a country. You cannot do that on any one fixed premise. But then there may be other use cases that are very hospital-centric, where the compute and the processing will happen on-prem. So there are some industry verticals where both can be applicable. And again, my expectation is therefore we'll focus a little bit more on some of the use cases and the industry verticals here on the left-hand side of the slide in the rest of today's session. I think when we move on to the presentation from my colleague Darius, he will talk a bit more about some of the on-prem edge benefits, and so that's where those will be discussed. And the last thing from me, just to kind of give you a sense and a level set, some of you may be aware of this, but edge computing has been talked about for some time. It's not necessarily a new concept within the industry as a whole, but we are now really starting to see that it's not just being talked about, but there's starting to be some fairly significant deployments and commitments by mobile and fixed line operators to actually deploy these network edge computing locations. And this map is, I hope, fairly good at giving you a snapshot of where we're, the maturity and where we're at in the industry today. You can see many of the major tier 1 mobile operators have committed in some way to an edge computing strategy. Many of these strategies are being pursued in partnership with hyperscale cloud providers like AWS and Microsoft. Although not all, there are those operators who are focused on maybe building more of their own edge platform, or working with different types of companies to build out their infrastructure, like CDN players and others. So hopefully, again, this gives you a sense of what's available and out there today from an edge perspective, where we're seeing operators focusing in terms of the use cases they're looking to enable, and kind of some of the general sense of the maturity of the industry to date. And that's it from me. I'm going to hand on over, I think, to Doug, who's going to talk you through the specifics of the use case that they're doing and how Edge enables it. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Tilly. Now, everybody here, you are all now experts on the edge and the mobile edge, so I think STL partners will give you your badge of continuing education certification for edge. But the question still remains, what is it good for, right? Tilly presented some value propositions, so it gives you a general idea of why edge is better than cloud and better than local device computing. So we're talking about edge computing, but it can be also edge storage. But in general, we're talking about bringing the cloud resources that you know live all well and bringing it closer to you, closer to the device, And as Tilly mentioned, it could be actually on the enterprise prem, but what we're talking about today is the mobile edge. So yes, there are fixed line operators that are doing this, but we're today focusing on mobile access, primarily through our mobile phones, but other devices, it can be IoT as well. So moving the cloud closer to the mobile operator, either on-prem in their data center or very close to the operator edge. And the main goal is to reduce latency, provide privacy. There are a whole host of other benefits, some of which Tilly covered and we'll talk more about in the panel. But today I wanted to give you a real-world use case. So at Summit Tech, we have evolved into one of the most advanced live streaming platforms. And yes, of course, everyone knows about live streaming, especially live stream shopping, go live on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. But today that experience really leaves you a little bit lacking. It's like consuming YouTube. It's really just consuming, it's passive. So what we're gonna show you is something that's much more immersive and much more interactive. And we deliver this experience through the power of the edge. So just a quick summary about Summit Tech. So we've been in business over 23 years, started off as an e-commerce company, but then very quickly moved into telco. So today we have a completely cloud-native IMS core offering for telcos, as well as the client software, SDKs, and full apps on the devices, on the smartphones. We combined recently the capability of the cloud computing and the cloud-native IMS platform that we have with our e-commerce expertise and moved into live streaming. So for the past 3 years, we've been developing and commercializing our application called Audience, which is a complete cloud-native streaming platform. So most of it is in the cloud. Now we're bringing that cloud closer to the edge, and we'll talk about the benefits of that. We also have the application side for the devices. So Audience is a new cloud streaming platform, VR 360 and 8K. So that is a much more immersive experience. The problem with 8K and 360 is it's also a lot of data. It's between 50 to 100 megabits per second. Now people say, okay, I do YouTube in 4K, that kind of data rate I can support at Wi-Fi at home, or maybe even on my 5G mobile plan. But if you think about, not just 10, 100, 1,000, but 1 million people watching World Cup, streaming that amount of data would cause a lot of congestion in the networks. Which networks? The internet, the operator's network, over the RAN or the wireless network from the operators. Also, Tilly touched on this on the device, if you have that much data and your device now has to process that much encode decode, then your device, the battery is going to drain much more quickly. You need much more CPU, GPU. You need more complexity and capability in devices. So if we can cut that down, which we've done using edge computing, from 100 megabits, 50 to 100 megabits, depending on if you're 4K, 8K, down to 8 megabits. That now, all of a sudden, it becomes realistic to do 360 VR 8K streaming. Now, first of all, people think, okay, VR, so I have to wear these, funny VR goggles. Not true. 80 to 90% of users today that experience VR and VR 360 do it on their mobile devices. So it's a magic window. You move the device around and you see the 360 view, or you can swipe on the screen. So it's actually becoming very commonplace. So our platform is completely cloud native. So 80, 90% of it is running just in the traditional cloud. But the key piece in the middle is we use MEC, Mobile Multi-Access Edge Computing, to deliver this experience with extremely low latency. So you get the full 4K, 8K experience in full 360. You get to view the entire event. For example, right now we're doing a stream. It's a camera in the back. We've got a very large video wall here, but it's 2D. It's just planar. Remote participants can't enjoy the beautiful venue that we have here. It's not as interactive. We did have a remote presenter earlier, but if you can imagine that we can have a remote audience up on the screen, anybody who's watching remotely can view the entire 360 experience of the whole venue. That's the power of this platform. So again, today's streaming, it's pretty boring, right? It's just a one-way stream. You're consuming just like you're watching a show on Netflix. No e-commerce enablement. Maybe it's 360 and you can move around the view a little bit, but pretty much most of the platforms are just linear, passive, one-way streams. So with our Audience platform, we change this and bring it to a level where it's completely immersive. You have a 360 view, so everybody has a custom stream. Everybody is the cameraman. You can look around the entire environment in the live event, And moreover, it's interactive, so we can actually bring you up on this video wall as a remote participant or a featured caller and interact in two-way. Not only that, you can actually make video calls. The remote participants can call each other, so you can have a two-way video call, kind of like a watch party. So it's much more interactive, much more immersive. And then we add another layer. We bring in chatbots for e-commerce integration. So now in the stream itself, you can monetize. So this is an example, a screenshot of the picture-in-picture video call live in the stream. And then we support full RCS and omni-channel chatbots. So within the stream, if it's obviously e-commerce or shopping, it makes sense. You can check out, you can buy right in the stream. But think about a sporting event or a concert. There could be merchandise, there could be VIP experiences, or it doesn't have to necessarily be e-commerce. It can be just more information. So the whole point is in the stream, it's much more interactive, immersive, and you have the capability to either do branding, e-commerce, or you can do polls or actually gamify the whole experience. So the platform, I think we've just onboarded and certified our 23rd operator, mobile operator. So yes, as Tilly mentioned, Edge is rolling out across the globe. We actually are an STL partner, top 100 company, and award-winning Edge Computing World Native Application Application of the Year award. And in terms of operator support, so about 2.5 years ago, we were the launch partner for Amazon AWS Wavelength. That's their MEF solution. And we did trials both on Vodafone and on Verizon in the US. And last year at Mobile World Congress, we were the launch partner for Azure Public MEF, which is Microsoft Azure's MEF solution. And we did a trial with AT&T. And we had a demo last year at Mobile World Congress. And then at Mobile World Congress Americas in Vegas in September, we announced with the 5G Future Forum, where we did 2 operators, 2 different countries, 2 different geographies. It was with Verizon and Rogers. So this is a MEC in 2 different operators with interoperability, showing cross-carrier interoperability, which is important for reach. If you're a brand or enterprise, you don't want to be locked into a particular MEC or edge solution. You want to be able to cover as broadly as possible. And then just yesterday, we announced with Bridge Alliance, and Ken Wee will talk more about it. We did a pre-commercial trial with 2 of the Bridge Alliance operators, namely Singtel and AIS in Thailand. So let me show you a video to give you more insight into what our platform is all about, and specifically about this Bridge Alliance trial that we recently completed.
Bridge Alliance is the leading mobile alliance for premier operators in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and Africa, with 34 members serving over 1 billion customers collectively. It builds group capabilities and creates value by enabling compelling multi-market enterprise, roaming, and IoT solutions, and delivering benefits through leveraging group economies and scale. On the edge computing front, Bridge Alliance has set up a federated edge hub that interconnects the multi-access edge computing cloud platforms of its member operators across different markets, providing their enterprise customers, application partners, and developers with unified access to edge compute resources. The FEH is now ready for live trials for commercial applications requiring low latency.
Bridge Alliance Federated Edge Hub aims to help enterprise customers and partners to easily enable resource ordering across multiple geographies and deploy use cases with high performance and low latencies across different operators' MEC infrastructure. We are now embarking on field trials with like-minded partners to further accelerate the momentum of the industry in enabling new use cases leveraging on the power of telco MECs.
In a recent proof of concept as part of the GSMA Telco Edge Cloud initiative, Bridge Alliance validated the FEH platform with Audience, Summit's virtual live streaming platform. Summit Tech was able to discover and order edge resources on Singtel's Paragon MEC and AIS's Next-Gen MEC platform using Chimera Edge Cloud's simple discovery APIs and deploy its Audience application. Viewers in Singapore and Thailand experienced 8K 360 immersive live streaming across the Singtel and AIS 5G networks simultaneously, demonstrating east-west MEC connectivity and edge discovery. They joined a live performance with Canadian band Apollo Lovely performing in Montreal and enjoyed asking questions via live interactive two-way video calls and voted on their favorite songs. They gave rave reviews for this new 5G-enabled experience.
The Federated Edge Hub connects all our members' edge computes and enable applications to be deployed seamlessly, effortlessly across the region. Now, this Federated Edge Hub has won the GSMA Foundry Award last year in Barcelona. So today, Bridge and AIS are very honored to partner Submit Tech in trialing their very exciting and innovative 360-degree interactive live streaming video application.
The Audience VR 360-degree platform leverages 5G, MEC, and the Federated Edge Hub APIs to enable immersive experiences for live stream shopping, concerts, sporting events, esports, and corporate events. With Audience, content creators live stream high-quality, hyper-personalized 360 video in real time, creating engaging two-way remote participation experiences between streamers and virtual spectators. Real-time two-way video enables viewer engagement through interactive video walls, adding production value and excitement to the event. Audience elevates live events beyond the metaverse with carrier-grade security and reliability. Brands create unique viewer experiences by integrating customized microservices for interactivity, in-stream communication for social networking, and virtual commerce for monetization. 5G and multi-access edge computing are key enabling technologies, allowing for bandwidth-efficient, ultra-high-quality 360 video at scale to users' smartphones, PCs, and VR headsets, enabling next-generation immersive social events through stunning user experiences.
Singtel deployed 5G SA network nationwide in anticipation of digital solutions that will be adopted and accelerated worldwide. What does 5G SA network bring us? Allow us slicing, low latency, and more important, Edge Cloud. And together with AIS and Bridge Alliance, we developed new API that will allow us faster deployment, adoption of apps. With that solution, we hope to expand our applications not just locally, but also worldwide in a very fast and efficient manner.
The successful trial will showcase AIS readiness and Bridge readiness to serve customers, partners in satisfying all the needs across the region.
Bridge Alliance, Singtel, AIS, and Summit Tech have successfully completed a real-world trial that demonstrates value for mobile network operators, brands, and virtual event participants. We will continue to build on the promise of interoperable connectivity to accelerate the global commercialization of innovative and virtualized 5G edge services.
360-degree interactive live streaming is just one of many potential applications of Edge. As more operators come on board Bridge Alliance Federated Edge Hub, we also welcome more application providers and potential commercial customers to join us and unleash more Edge possibilities.
Okay, so note to self, I should probably play that video first so you know what I'm talking about. But as you can see, this is a real-world application. It's commercial, it's live, and as I've said, we've done now 23 different operator trials, such as these. But we keep talking about trials, tactical trials, pre-commercial trials. But I'm happy to announce that we actually inked our very first commercial agreement with a large North American operator. So now this is actually rolling out in the real world. You can download the app on the App Store or Google Play, and you'll see a lot more going forward here. Through my presentation, I've tried to stay clear of acronyms and a lot of the tech talk, but this is the section where I'll explain a little bit more about how the technology works and how we leverage 5G in MEC, in the edge. So 5G is important because we have a lot more data bandwidth, we have low latency. And the low latency is very key because part of the edge computing magic that we use, remember I said 8K, 4K is 100 to 50 megabits, right? And we get that down to 8 megabits. So what we do is we send one stream from the camera feed up to the edge computing resource instead of a stream to every single user. And then the edge, which is sitting either in the telco, in the operator's data center, or very close to it if it's Amazon or Microsoft's edge. But from there, because of the low latency with 5G, you can get down to 20 milliseconds. We on average see about 30 milliseconds latency delay. We call that the motion to photon delay, meaning when I move the phone or my head on the VR goggles, since it's our app, we know what you're looking at. We send those coordinates up to the MEC, and the MEC returns the new video, high-quality video tiles. So 30 frames per second is a little bit more than 30 milliseconds. So 30 milliseconds is the magic number to make it completely seamless. So this just illustrates the problem with doing it the traditional way using public cloud. You see a lot of the red lines, that's congestion. It's a lot of 50 to 100 megabit streams, and even worse, if you put it over the RAN, the operator's wireless network, it's gonna completely just saturate all their base stations, right? And then your phone is gonna be burning up and your battery's gonna die in 20 minutes. And also the blue lines show the latency. So for us, latency is very important because as I move the device around or I swipe on the screen, change my perspective in the 360 view, I need the new stream, the new video tiles to come to me quickly before I miss a frame. So with edge computing, you can see there's now just one stream coming up from the camera through the cloud to the operator network, and then the MEC is distributing, the edge compute platforms are distributing that video to all the users. And the blue line shows the latency is much reduced. So you saw this video animation in the video, but this is basically the principle here. So what the user is actually looking at in the middle is very, very high quality. So whatever the native resolution of your device is will support up to 4K, 8K, depending on the stream resolution. And then there's some medium tiles and the rest. So as you move your perspective, the edge is responding by delivering the new tiles. So this is just an example use case for edge computing. There are many, many more. And we'll hear now from Ken Wee from Bridge Alliance to talk about their federated edge hub and the trial that we did and the power of their edge platform. Ken?
Okay, thank you, Doc. Okay, before I delve into the slides on unleashing possibilities at the edge, I'd like to give a bit of introduction. Who is Bridge Alliance? So many of you sitting here may not be aware of who we are. Can I talk a little bit about who we are and what we do? Yeah.
Just 1 second, Ken.
Okay. So Bridge Alliance was actually founded back in 20 years ago in 2004. It was founded by 10 telco operators, the premier operators in Asia. And the very key reason why they come together is to look at how we can solve some of the problems in a market like Asia. Now, today, we are in fact the largest mobile alliance in Asia Pacific with 34 member operators operating across Asia, Middle East, and Africa, and with a collective subscriber base of exceeding 1 billion subscribers together. So one of the challenges in Asia is that the whole region has a very diversified market, meaning that area of the market have different regulatory policy, different culture, language, and even infrastructure development is also at a different pace. So if you are an enterprise, regional enterprise, MNC company coming to Asia, try to look for a seamless connectivity of services offered by telco, you'll be very challenged. That's because you will really require to approach each of the telco in each of the market to deliver you the services you need, let alone the integration needed in different infrastructure. So from the very onset, we saw that these are challenges, which I think if we can come together and collaborate among the telco, we can deliver something that's unique and probably offer a competitive advantage to the partners who can come together and deliver these services to enterprise. So we look at how we can leverage on our group scale, on our large geographical footprint. Excuse me. I just come down with a flu after a long flight. And we were, from the onset, we're looking at, if we can deliver something, we can address some of the challenges that I've just talked about in a multi-market regional environment, we probably will have very good value proposition for the enterprise users. So then we look across what are the services that we should first deliver that really can leverage on such a scale. We started off in 2004, roaming services. That's probably a very low-hanging fruit. Every telco does roaming. So we did it differently because we come together collectively and look at some of the new innovative roaming proposition that we can offer to the market. And in fact, we were the first alliance to offer a fixed $10 unlimited roaming plan. That was back in 15 years ago. So now, obviously, for the last 3 years, roaming has been severely impacted because of restriction in traveling due to COVID pandemic. But since then, the last year, we see that market is starting to pick up again, and we are very conservative positive that the roaming traffic will come back to the norm. We'll continue to innovate in the areas of roaming services. But really the key thing of what Bridge can deliver to our member operator and as well as enterprise is really our multi-market services coverage, especially to address the needs of enterprise to deliver connectivity for Internet of Things, as well as enterprise mobility. So we look at some of the challenges early on that I mentioned about enterprise. One thing, let's say you want to have seamless connectivity across multiple markets. Of course, if you have a local office, you can start talking to each other telco, and they will deliver you the services connectivity that you require. But again, like I say, it's very challenging. You need to establish your connection to each other telco. And here we are looking at, we are collaborating together. We come out with a single point of contact where enterprise will only require to deal with one single operator who will be leading that discussion, and they deliver connectivity services across different markets that you need in our Bridge Alliance footprint. So that's really a very key value proposition, and a lot of enterprise are very appreciative of this to make things easier for them. And therefore, a couple of services that we have delivered to the market is the Internet services, Internet of Things, as well as enterprise mobility. Today, we have now looking at beyond what we are doing in the 4G, we are moving into the 5G. We continue to look at, with the investment, a lot of telco has invested in the 5G. Obviously, telco is looking at how to get the return on investment. It remains challenging, of course. I mean, a lot of telco players, not just in Asia, around the world, today also trying to crack their head in terms of how they can monetize and get a return investment on the 5G. So we too in Asia are not different. In fact, when we first talked about the 5G, it was back about 3 years ago, where only a handful of our member operators have launched 5G at that time. But we see that coming, and it's important that we address it early. So we look at what are the key drivers for 5G. In fact, for the Asia market, currently the top 4 use cases that our telco operator have launched are in the areas of cloud gaming, smart factory is another a vertical industry that we are focusing. Third area, built environment, and last but not least, metaverse. I'll just go through each of the use case. Obviously, for cloud gaming to be successful, there are few key success factors need to be addressed. Firstly, if you're looking at playing a AAA game titles, obviously latency, the responsiveness is going to be key. Obviously, you don't want to be in a multiplayer game that you have one player having advantage over the other. And the other key success factor definitely is a AAA game title. So because today there's a lot of games you can download from the App Store and you can play free. To really make it a key difference, you need to have offering something different for the gamers. So the AAA game title is going to be the other key area that we should be focusing and address. So the last area is definitely the competitiveness of the offering to entice gamers to really leverage on the cloud gaming platform. So today, Taiwan Mobile, which is one of our member operators, have been very successful. They have they partner with NVIDIA, having a server instance that's located on-premise, basically leveraging on the latency requirement to address some of these key challenges, and have been very successful. The other factor is they are also able to offer these services across multiple devices, besides mobile, fixed as well set-top boxes. The next use case is the smart manufacturing industry. Again, in Asia, there are few markets that's very focused on in smart manufacturing industry. So hence, there's a need for us to also focus on how we can leverage 5G in helping them to automate and transform. Three use cases are very dominant in the smart manufacturing industry. One is the automated optical inspection. Secondly, is the AMR, automated robot. And third is AR, remote maintenance and training. The third area of focus is built environment. As you know, Asia is a very vibrant market. There's a lot of buildings coming out. So there's a better way to look at how we can collaborate among the construction industry. And one of the key use cases is using drone to do an inspection and also video surveillance, look at for safety and also for analytics as well. Last but not least, metaverse. Over the last year, probably everyone have heard about there's intensity on the metaverse, and SKT is really a key member and a pioneer in driving metaverse. And they have in fact launched IFLAND Metaverse, and their apps are available for download in more than 49 countries that you can try. So all these use cases really require the edge compute to make it effective. So again, we look at, if each market start to implement on-edge compute resources, again, you still have a problem to solve. Does each of the partner or OEM that want to get access to this different edge compute resource in multi-markets, how do they discover and how do they order and deploy the edge application? This is exactly what we are trying to do here. So again, looking at our member operators, we decided that we should collaborate very tightly. And we have developed a platform of proof of concept to really further each our member operator who may have a different MEC interface. Some are using XC compliance standard, some using TM Forum. So for us, we developed an adaptation layer to make sure that whatever exposed on the northbound will be compensated API to address a multi-market, multi-standard MEC in our market. So a little bit of history of how we get there today. We started back in 2020. We have a task force looking at how we can leverage and discuss and work together on developing this Federation Edge platform. So that was back in 2020. And by 2021, we had developed a POC platform. And we have successfully demonstrated we can further different multi-market MEC platform. And with GameEye, which is a game player, and demonstrated that at GSMA as well. And back in 2022, earlier on, the Mark you saw on the video, he was the current chairman of Bridge Alliance. We have also managed to do a successful edge-to-edge, hub-to-hub federation with Telefonica for the proof of concept. And that won us a GSMA Foundry Project Award as well. Today, we are ready to have the live trial with member operators, and we are calling for partners who have got innovative application that you want multi-market coverage and be able to discover and order edge compute resource to really come to us, we welcome any other partners. They have this product for us to showcase as well. So that's where we are. So we are now ready for a test, a live test with partners such as Summit Tech. We have successfully done, as Doug has earlier on mentioned. Last but not least, to really drive success in this whole ecosystem, we need ecosystem partners to come together, be it a device, telcos, enterprise customers, or even system integrator and solution partners. So with this, I think I'm running short of time. I would like to end this presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Please join the panel, stay on stage, and we'll bring the other panelists up. We have about 10 minutes for some panel discussion and Q&A, so prepare your questions. And I think I'm going to give Rob the first crack at some comments or questions. And he's our journalist and media representative.
Look, paper,
here.
notepad, and everything.
Yeah. So what do you think?
So one thing I wanted to pick up on, given that the program today started with this discussion about consumer trust, people don't really know where their data is going. And it occurs to me that edge computing, which I want to call it, it's the cloud, but closer to you. Can we call it fog computing instead?
You're the one writing.
All right, I'm going to try to popularize that.
You can publish it, and let's see if it takes, right?
And so later on, there was this remark that data is the new oil. And I've been saying for a while, data is actually the new nuclear waste. It's an unavoidable product of providing useful services in the world, but companies hold on to it for far longer than they should with no clear idea of how to get rid of it. But if you can use this technology to handle the processing of personal data so much closer to where it's generated, so you can get whatever insight you need, then get rid of the data, what Apple calls federated learning. I think this makes a lot of services possible and more palatable if the companies providing them are transparent and to say, this is how we do it, so that customers, who as that survey brought out, make decisions based on not so much what's the privacy policy for this app. Nobody reads them. I don't. Do you? No.
I mean, very good point, right? So the cloud, the data is where? It's somewhere out there.
Someone else's computer.
Right, exactly. So now, maybe Tilly, you mentioned this, right? One of the value propositions of the edge is that the data now can be contained, at least in the operator network, which is good for privacy, data sovereignty, and a number of other reasons. Maybe you can comment further on, does the cloud edge, the carrier edge, does this help or hurt, hinder privacy?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a positive step for a range of different use cases. I think the main thing to remember and to highlight is that edge computing, and I think one of the things we wanted to talk about today a little bit was about monetization. And, you know, the commercial models for edge are still quite nascent. There's still, you know, a lot of work being done to prove technically that this can work, and maybe, you know, limited exploration of the commercial models. But one thing to really highlight is that applications and use cases are only going to leverage the edge where they really need to, because as you know very well, Doug, the cloud is going to be cheaper, it's more mature, it's globally there, it's something that developers and application providers are used to accessing. So we have to focus our minds on those use cases and examples where edge really justifies itself, where there are really specific benefits of edge. And I think in some of those some of the use cases, data sensitivity, data sovereignty will be one of those things which justifies a small premium for running at least parts of your application, maybe those parts that have you know, customer data, you know, that's attributable to a specific person, that you run those in a location where you know exactly where it is, you know what data privacy laws are, you know, are affecting that set of data, and so on and so forth.
Does that also apply to the hyperscalers? You know, obviously, as you mentioned, right? Amazon, AWS, Azure, they both have public MECs. In the early days, most of the operators were working with them. Now it's diversified. But, you know, does it make a difference if it's in AWS Cloud or AWS Wavelength in the MEC?
I mean, I think consumers have, you know, a range of different opinions about putting data in hyperscale, you know, leveraging the hyperscale cloud providers with their data, and they're not always founded in fact, but there are opinions on doing that. It's also true that quite a few of the hyperscale cloud providers are building out sovereign cloud propositions as well, which really look very similar to Edge in many ways, but just that the marketing and the framing of what they're trying to do is more focused on that data security, data sovereignty angle than it is on some of the other characteristics like the latency and the bandwidth. So it's definitely an area that we're seeing them be active in, and we've seen Azure make several announcements with different operators, for instance, on sovereign cloud propositions in various different markets.
This makes you wonder about another audience, regulators. As the token Washingtonian on the panel here, I think 3 times over the past 7 years we've had to try to rewrite a new agreement on transatlantic data flows because the previous one keeps getting overturned in European courts. Is this a case where regulators are saying, if you use edge computing to keep the data from traveling as far, you know, we can look at that in a different way than, say, Facebook collecting lots of data about Europeans and then sending it back to California?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've seen evidence of the regulator of significant.
Are there any in this room?
Yeah.
Raise your hand.
Potentially.
Well, I mean, from our perspective as an app developer, right? It's great that AWS or Azure has now a tenant either close to or in the operator or sovereign implementations, because to us, we developed our platform. It runs globally in the cloud, right? But if you take a piece of that cloud and you put it in a country or in an operator network, it's still the same for us. So as a developer, it's great because we can just transition very easily. But along those lines, I mean, so we have worked with both hyperscaler edge solutions and private MEC, or on-prem operator provided MECs. And maybe I'll go to Ken because I know your member operators have a blend, right? We've worked with a number of your member MNOs, and some have made some announcements in the past with some hyperscalers. And the trial that we did, we ran on your native MEC. How do you see the differences, pros and cons, and what are your member operators thinking about hyperscaler versus private MEC?
Well, I think that's probably my personal opinion. I think on one hand, we see hyperscaler too big to be ignored. So we are looking at also some way to partner them. But at the same time, partnering with a bit of caution. We know what hyperscaler can do. But at least for Asia, if you look at Asia, unlike Europe and US, you probably have your own CBRS spectrum or other shared spectrum that enterprise are able to leverage. In most part of Asia, our spectrum are actually owned by the telcos. So that in some way they can leverage that asset itself. And we talk about telcos wanting to move up the value chain beyond just connectivity. That really the MEC and 5G really give them a unique opportunity to not just sell 5G connectivity, to offer services that they can probably expose through API, through a platform, where they can expose some of this network asset to really monetize. And in terms of partnering with hyperscaler, you may still require, because a lot of enterprise app developer have the workload and have been onboarded to this hyperscaler. So that still remain. But a lot of bulk of application where you require data sovereignty, faster response, that's something that need to exist at the edge. And that's where telco will need to take control rather than having hyperscaler. I'm saying that that's probably more in Asia rather than in US and Europe, where hyperscaler have the role to play to compete.
So Ken, wait, did I hear that right? You want to become service providers again and not just be a data pipe?
Not that's for telco, but for Bridge Alliance, we are trying to enable. So that's why we're looking at federating our different telcos MEC platform, and we expose that as a single API for OEM partners to easily discover and order and deploy applications.
Yeah, I made the comment a little bit tongue-in-cheek because part of the title of the panel here is monetization opportunities for both operators and enterprises. It's pretty clear how enterprises are going to make money from the cloud moving to the edge, but how do operators participate? I mean, you touched on it, but can you make that a little bit more concrete? And how do your members see this as an opportunity to monetize?
Okay, so today I must say a lot of operators today are very focused in their own domestic market, putting the MEC platform. But I would say today is still a very early stage. Telco are doing a lot of trials and POC. We are yet to see in a large way where they are able to monetize. But it's an investment they are making consciously because once they in the longer term, I mean, the 5G MEC will not be going away. It will be something that we're looking at more on the longer term rather than a short-term gain.
Thanks, Ken. Same question to Tilly and to Rob, since both of you cover this space, both from a research analyst standpoint and then also reporting side of things.
So it's interesting because there's been a history among telcos of trying to not be dumb pipes, but speaking for, I think, most readers, we're okay with them being dumb pipes. We just want to pay for connectivity, and when we don't get the connectivity, we're sad. But we're generally not looking to pay for other services on top of that, between VoIP calling services, different messaging apps. We're really not using so much of it, even though it is funny. You want an identifier that stays with you. The cell number you have, which was verified with presumably an ID, at least a payment system, might be more reliable than your email address, but that's just not how the industry resolved. We had some interesting conversations about that in Vegas back in September, I recall. But maybe in this case, there's a better match between operators who want to provide more than just data, but value-added services, and companies that actually need that because they're doing something more complicated than looking up directions on your phone or whatever.
Tilly?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that at the base level, the core level, telcos will see this as an opportunity to monetize through providing the connectivity between different edges. But as we've said, there is an appetite to try and do more than that. So first of all, they can look to put in their own edge or MEC infrastructure and charge application developers and solution providers for access to that compute resource. And we've seen that happening with operators developing that themselves, or they've worked with a hyperscaler to do that, and they have some sort of revenue share agreement with that hyperscaler, which means that they have a new revenue stream from that compute that they have placed within their own networks, often in space that they have now as, the form factor of servers comes down in size and they virtualize more and end up with more space in these technical sites that they've owned for a really long time. Going beyond that, though, I think there are some operators who are, very interested in this idea of federation and being able to provide value to their customers and interconnecting different network edges, and also potentially seeing a potential revenue stream from becoming a sort of a multi-cloud orchestrator. So if we are going to have AWS and Azure and Alibaba, et cetera, all playing in this space, many enterprises will want to be able to have their choice of which cloud provider they use, and the telco may be able to provide some sort of orchestration capabilities to enable enterprises to have that sort of multi-cloud strategy and work with multiple hyperscalers and do that handoff that will be needed. Then last of all, we're obviously seeing some telcos developing more vertical digital solutions, and some of these are underpinned by a MEC strategy. So if you look, for instance, at Verizon's Smart Stadia strategy, that might be one example where we're seeing an operator look to build a new revenue stream providing digital solutions into Smart Stadia, and one key element of that is providing 5G and Edge to support those use cases. So I think we're seeing a range, and depending on the type of operator, the maturity, the type of market is really determining which of these types of roles, which of these monetization routes they're going down.
Yeah, thanks, Tilly. Any questions from the audience? I think we're out of time now, so we'll take a question or two and then maybe give some last words to the panelists. But let me summarize it as we're looking for questions. So Rob, you basically say that as consumers, we don't want to pay for it.
We're
Tilly,
cheap, yeah, definitely.
but Tilly,
but also we want good stuff for free now.
But you laid out some good arguments why there are definitely some incremental, if not quantum leap services, valuable services the operators can offer, and how that gets monetized, whether it's through some like roaming agreements or charging models or revenue share or something, that's yet to be worked out. Any questions? The light is kind of blinding me here. Doesn't look like it. So just final words. Let's start with Ken. Work your way back towards me.
our federated Edge Hub testbed is ready. We're very calling for partners to come forward, and we're happy to engage them for trial to leverage some of the innovative solution that you may already have, so that we can do that and try to accelerate the uptake of application that need to leverage MEC and 5G.
I wanted to put in a plug for the practical nature of the examples we brought up here, because there's been so much gauzy, vague hype about 5G, but when you explain things in terms of, well, edge computing means the device uses less battery, it gets less hot. Because I can tell you right now, there isn't a whole lot of reader interest that I'm seeing in strapping a computer to their face. But if you tell them edge computing means your face will sweat less when you do that, you might get some more people interested.
Or it's smaller form factor, right? It's back to the Google Glass, right? It's something really lightweight. You can reduce the complexity, the computing power, and the data rate and battery life, right? Okay, great. Well, thank you. Thanks to my panelists. And as I mentioned, we've done some announcements here, or we will be doing at the show at Mobile World Congress. So if you'd like to see any demos, come by the GSMA Pavilion. We'll be there with Bridge Alliance doing some demos. We also announced with Korea Telecom, and we have a demo there as well. So if you want to see this in real world, in action, I'll be milling around during the happy hour later. I have some phones with me. I can show some demos. And with that, I'll leave it.
Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thanks a lot for those who have stayed on. I will hopefully get through this relatively quickly so you can get to the networking drinks and the happy hours. What I'm going to be talking about is how to monetize edge computing from the private networking standpoint. So I've got private 5G edge on here. It could be private networks in general, but I want to talk about more on the on-premise edge as well as the network edge, the role of private networking in monetizing 5G and edge compute. As a quick introduction to myself, I'm one of the other principal consultants at STL Partners, and where Tilly leads edge computing for STL, I lead our work in private networks. And of course, we work very closely together to think about the opportunity, what the telecoms industry and the telecoms operators can be doing to monetize effectively. So there's three things that I'll be trying to cover in this presentation. The first being, what is the private 5G edge? So when we say private 5G edge, what am I really talking about? The second, thinking about the actual key use cases and verticals where there is an opportunity to monetize. And then thirdly, what are some of the options, I guess, in terms of that monetization for the telecoms operator? What are some of the challenges that need to be overcome, the barriers that need to be overcome to scale adoption of private 5G edge? So the first thing, and in fact, the presentation that Tilly gave kind of sets me up quite nicely to talk this through. We think about the private 5G edge, of course, from the networking capability, the radio functions, the core functions, the radio infrastructure, as well as then the actual edge compute that's running enterprise applications, whether that be the AR/VR that we've spoken about already, an AGV type solution, etc. And that all then being able to be run on a common platform with some kind of MEC layer in the middleware that enables you to use common edge servers to run both. That, again, enabling a suite of benefits for the enterprise customer to enable new use cases. The benefits of edge, of course, things like low latency, the bandwidth benefits that we've spoken about, the reliability, the data sovereignty if it's on-premise, as well as then the augmentation that private 5G can bring through better coverage, customizability of the network, control over the network, and data security. And that, of course, as I said, enabling a suite of new use cases for the enterprise. One thing I think that's quite interesting and useful to talk about first is the actual model for deploying private 5G edge, because this does have a tangible impact on the maturity of the solution, on the verticals that are likely to adopt, and on the use cases that you'll be running. So we think of it from an all-in-a-box type model on the left here, where the network is completely independent. You put all of the infrastructure on that enterprise customer's site. It's separate spectrum, separate software, hardware. It's completely physically separate from the operator's own public network. All the way onto the right, what we've called the more slicing-like model, much more futuristic, not commercially available at the moment, where you can leverage more of the operator's existing infrastructure, but you separate that network logically through software. And then, of course, the hybrid model that sits in between. And as I said, these do have a tangible impact on the type of customers that might adopt and the use cases, because on the far left, you get much higher CapEx. There's a lot more complexity to manage, but there is also that much greater improvement to reliability, security, control, and that mission criticality of use case. On the far right, the inverse. So it's much more scalable, flexible, lower cost, lower complexity, but you get less of that control. And of course, you're relying then on public or shared infrastructure, and the hybrid model sitting somewhere in between. And it's that hybrid model that I kind of wanted to deep dive into at the moment and look across those locations that Tilly talked through of the edge, whether that's on-premise, the network edge, or somewhere more core or centralized, and then the different workloads of the private 5G edge. So if I'm thinking about my RAN, leaving that on-premise, possibly keeping some core user plane functions on-prem so that we can break out more effectively to the internet, run those low latency mission critical applications, or if it's less latency critical, I need more control and management capabilities, co-locating that with the core control plane functions at the network edge or in the operator's core cloud. And then the enterprise application itself being able to run across the spectrum depending on the needs of the use case or the needs of the vertical. And the reason I think it's important to show that difference of location and the difference of the workloads is because it does lead into the customer journey of how they adopt private 5G edge, because Wes, I've shown them as coming together and a proposition where the model has them tied closely. But for the enterprise customer, they may be thinking of them as slightly separate initiatives. So they may already be on an edge cloud journey. They've been trying to migrate with the hyperscalers to cloud from big proprietary on-premise data centers. Now they're moving things back to the edge. That's possibly an evolution of their own existing compute if they're a major manufacturer that they have on-premise. And so they think about edge computing separately from necessarily a private network. And of course, the edge then bringing a lot of the benefits that Tilly mentioned, that low latency, the data localization, the better bandwidth protocols, etc. So it brings some of the benefits that enable the move towards these new use cases on its own. Private 5G is then a layer that sits on top of that edge computing benefit for the enterprise. And so when we think about the use cases for private 5G, rather than conflating it with edge compute benefits, we need to think about the sweet spot where actually the private 5G brings that additional control and customizability. So we think of it as, you could run XYZ use case with an edge using Wi-Fi or using private 4G or public 4G. So what is the actual incremental benefit on top of edge, which is often, as I said, the initial point of contact that will then enable new use cases. There are some verticals where they may be looking at private 5G separately from edge. So mining, for example, where they do just need much better coverage and connectivity, those that are very rural or remote. But in a lot of cases, we do think that the private 5G will sit on top of the edge compute capability and be run there to drive, as I said, more mission critical use cases, or to be more effective in environments with much more stringent technology requirements. So why have I kind of set up those different models and talking through the different ways that you could deliver the private 5G edge? Well, because it has a tangible impact on the use cases and verticals, and as well as I said, those use cases needing to sit in the technology sweet spot of private 5G and edge, it also actually needs to address a customer problem. And I think in the industry, we can be a little bit at fault for finding use cases that have these technology requirements but don't meet a business need. So we need to always come back, and what we're trying to do at STL is always come back to what's the business challenge that you're addressing. And of course, these are industry and customer specific, but we've pulled out 5 that we hear quite a lot in building the business case for private 5G edge. So is that use case going to help me as an enterprise manage my costs and be more efficient as a business? Is it going to help me increase my productivity so that I can meet growing demands on public trade? But am I going to be able to do that in a sustainable way? And I think last year at MWC, sustainability was one of the biggest topics. I think, again, it will come through this year, and helping enterprises become more sustainable is a core part of what 5G edge use cases can do. Safety and security has come up a lot, and not just of data, but actually of human workers. So especially in industries like petrochemical, we hear the business case for private networks is much easier to make if it's saying, well, we make sure that a human being isn't entering an area that they shouldn't. So I can use video analytics to geofence certain areas. Suddenly I'm much less liable. I need to pay less compensation if things go wrong, and I can protect my staff. And that is actually a very strong business case for the move towards private 5G. And of course, is it helping me address a skills gap? So am I helping to automate and empower a workforce in a new way, move staff from doing more menial tasks up to more skilled tasks, or enabling field workers, for example, that maybe don't have skills to do tasks that would require more training than if they didn't have the private 5G Edge use case. So for example, some of the AR/VR solutions that we spoke about before, enabling them to connect through to a remote expert, for example, where then they can safely manage and operate and maintain machines without the need for that additional training or certification. So what use cases do we think sit in that sweet spot, both of the technology and meeting a business demand? Well, one of the major ones that we see at the moment as an early adopter or an anchor use case is video analytics. We think it does sit in the sweet spot of requiring mobility to avoiding wiring everything up and still needing the edge to do AI analytics at the edge and reduce the backhaul of video that's sent. So we do think it sits in that technology sweet spot and can then be applied across a number of industries. So computer vision in manufacturing or warehousing to improve predictive maintenance for machinery or to improve quality output of products. In retail, to look at how different and analyze how different customers and consumers may move throughout a store and where to put your higher value items, or in a stadium, for example, to see where is traffic flow and how do I make sure that we can limit crowds. In defense and transportation in terms of surveillance, and energy and transportation in terms of asset tracking and monitoring. So there are tons of different ways that video analytics can be applied. And once you've built the core skills and the core infrastructure, you can suddenly scale that across a number of verticals and industries. So we do see that as a very early adopting use case that can drive the business case on the supply side for private 5G Edge. In terms of some of the industries where we're seeing early movement, the main four I'd say that we've seen the most in is manufacturing, of course, what we call extractive, so mining, oil and gas, transport, especially around ports and airports, and then defense. And in honesty, we do less in defense because it's quite a private industry. It's hard to get access to some of those insights and to work with those kind of players, but we do know a lot of private 4G and 5G is going on in defense, and because of that arms race-like mentality, they are constantly trying to push forward with innovation and test and drive some of the move towards private 5G Edge. Some other kind of commendable mentions, certainly we're seeing a lot within the smart stadium space and in media, energy and utilities coming as a fast follower to those four, healthcare, as Tilly mentioned as well, having that on-premise in-hospital use case, driving the demand for a more secure, more reliable network. And what these four verticals have in common is that, and where we see the majority of live deployments there, is we think it ties back to those models that I was talking about before. So they fit more neatly with the all-in-a-box type of model because they're more remote in nature, like the extractives. They maybe have more mission-critical use cases, or they're very private around their data, like in defense, for example. So that data sovereignty becomes much more important. They also tend to be much more engineering or IT-centric or technology-capable industries. So managing the complexity of the private 5G Edge on-premise, the all-in-a-box model, makes more sense. Whereas those like retail, for example, where they're more skilled and more cost and more space constrained, they're less likely to follow an all-in-a-box model. And what we find is that because all-in-a-box is the more technically mature proposition, it's more ready and commercially available, these are the earlier adopting industries. But what the industry now has to think about is how to make private networking more cost-effective and more scalable across industries in that more hybrid slicing type model. But we're just not quite there yet, which is why these are some of the earlier adopting industries. And the last thing I kind of wanted to finish up on was talking about how to capture this opportunity across those verticals and address some of those challenges, as I said, around scaling the solution and making this more effective across more and more verticals. So on the slide, we've got this quite technology-focused value chain, I suppose, for private 5G Edge, starting from the device, you know, the actual AGV, the camera, the asset tracking sensor, moving all the way through the actual networking capabilities, the cloud and the edge platform capabilities, through to the application and then the professional services, both in terms of the integration and the ongoing managed service, so the billing, the reporting and assurance, etc. And telcos, as well as others in the industry, need to think about where on this value chain they're trying to play and trying to think, okay, well, if this is the whole stack and the whole value chain that needs to be delivered, which ones are more horizontal in nature that can then be applied across different verticals, which skills and capabilities can I build to scale proof of concepts across different verticals rather than needing to put all of this together in one in a box. And as I said, which of these functions then do I run a network edge location versus an on-prem edge location? So there's a lot of things to consider on this diagram of which capabilities, which segments of this, and which boxes of these are we trying to target, and where are we actually going to try and partner? And again, the ecosystem around private networking is pretty complicated. There are a lot of technology enablers from the Red Hats and the VMwares in the OSV category through to the actual ones making the radio applications, the ISVs in telco, the IT, the OSS, the semiconductors, etc., all playing a key role in driving forward the technology capabilities for the private 5G edge. And then those at the top that obviously have a technology role, but are also driving a lot of the go-to-market. So the NEPs do have a direct proposition. HP and Dell do have direct propositions, and HP's acquisition, of course, of recent acquisition of Athernet, showing that they're really trying to push forward with 5G on the edge and push possibly in markets like the US where there is CBRS available, push forward without the telecoms operator. So the telco needs to think, where is it partnering and what is the proposition of these different go-to-market players? Because the hyperscalers, again, Microsoft Azure has been very clear they're looking to partner with the telecoms operator to go to market here. They bring the 5G core and the edge, but they don't bring the RAN and the radio expertise. AWS is a slightly different story, where yes, they will partner with the telecoms operator, but they are also looking to go direct to the slightly smaller businesses and make a slightly more scalable solution that works more similar to Wi-Fi and moves towards an OpEx-based model, so that there is a much stronger business case in the earlier years. So the hyperscalers having a really strong role here to play, both in the direct business as well as supporting operators in going to market through their cloud journeys. So, if I'm an enterprise manufacturer and I work in the IT space and I've just gone on this cloud journey, as I mentioned before with Azure, I've now got an edge journey with Azure, and I've got an environment, a console that works with all of my security protocols. I understand how to use it. I've probably got a center of excellence internally of teams that know how to use the Azure console and interact with Azure as an environment. If I can now add my private networking capability in the same environment with the same security protocols, the same management systems, suddenly it's a very convenient proposition. So the hyperscalers have a really strong role to play in the space. There are then the specialist MSPs like Ambra Solutions, CityMesh, TampNet, EdgeCom, where they may have very vertical expertise. They may focus on specific verticals, and I think Ambra Solutions is very mining-centric, for example. They may also hold spectrum. They may be licensed spectrum holders and have these blueprints around how to deliver private 5G edge networks. And so they are very agile, they're very fast, they're very cost efficient, and they have a very strong go-to-market role. And we have seen, especially with private 4G, these players capturing a lot of the market. So telcos, again, need to think about them as a go-to-market option or as a possible competitor. The global SIs, I won't go through all of these line by line, but the global SIs are obviously a major player in this space as well. They bring a lot of the vertical expertise, and they bring a lot of the capabilities to integrate across quite a complex ecosystem and work with the NEPs, work with the telcos, the hyperscalers, and stitch all of this complexity together to create a more packaged solution for the end customer. Because inevitably, most customers, beyond possibly the top 1 to 5%, are going to want a packaged solution, a managed service as a service solution, rather than going DIY and trying to stitch this all together themselves. So the global SI is playing a really strong role, as well as the industry SPs. So these are the Bosches, the Siemens, the Schneider Electrics, if for healthcare, Siemens Healthineers, or GE Healthcare. For oil and gas, it might be Schlumberger, for example. These guys have a lot of capabilities within verticals and will be trying to build these private 5G edge capabilities into their own solutions to then sell them to enterprises. So again, a really strong go-to-market player. And telcos, when they're thinking about their role in the ecosystem and their model, they need to be thinking about how they work effectively with those players and work where there are overlapping skills that might augment, but also where there are gaps that they need to be filled. So are the global SIs going to be able to bring more of the systems integrations capabilities, the MNO, as well as possibly some device and application or cloud platform skills? The industry SP is going to be able to bring skills or actually outcompete with the telecoms operator. So we need to think about these kind of questions and look in your markets and look at the partners that you have available to work across this ecosystem. And I think one of the points I want to make on this slide is there is historically the telco issue of trying to own the value chain and own the customer and be the proprietary stack to capture the most market share available. We do think with the private 5G edge, there needs to be a move towards a more open ecosystem approach and working with partners across this stack to fill in those capabilities gaps and go to market in a more joint way and co-innovate and bring these solutions to market together so that you can be slightly more agile, you can start to bring the costs down, you're not working in a proprietary way, and as kind of Ken was talking about with the federated edge, you make it much easier for developers, for customers, for other partners to work with you rather than needing to write many times to single proprietary stacks. And that's part of kind of in my closing remarks. One of the major challenges that the industry needs to address is that fragmentation, lots of proprietary stacks on the device ecosystem as well as the private network ecosystem as well as the edge ecosystem, which makes it much more difficult for developers to write applications, for vendors to sell applications into customers and integrate into more diverse environments, and for customers to actually acquire solutions more easily, because if they have to stand up lots of individual stacks that don't talk to one another, they've got a headache themselves internally. So we need to drive more standardization, although that can be quite difficult. There are bodies trying to do it, but who sets the standards and who accepts which standards are which? And there's an old kind of saying that we've been told before where standards are kind of like toothbrushes. Everyone needs one, but no one wants to use someone else's. So who's going to actually set these standards, right? So one of the things that the Bridge Alliance have been doing with Summit Tech is this idea of abstraction. So places like Kamara or Twilio, rather than needing to standardize, you have a layer of APIs that sit on top and enable you then to work with all of those different proprietary stacks without needing to standardize. So that being a very important tool for addressing fragmentation, as well as then co-innovation. So working together to build solutions that do all work together and conform to more open standards. But of course, when we co-innovate, we do move towards slightly more of a partnership model that can be slightly slower. So, needing to balance between these three to counteract the fragmentation that there is in the industry, I suppose. And then one of the major problems that we've also seen is customer knowledge. So the knowledge for that customer of the ROI for private 5G, why should I invest? What are the use cases that tangibly impact me? And really the telecoms operator and the telecoms industry are well positioned to start to talk through what is that business case for you, and in different models, like I went through before, on the hybrid versus all in a box versus slicing model, what can be achieved for you as the enterprise, and why might you, be one model versus the other, as well as then thinking about different spectrum models. So could you actually be doing this over CBRS or some other unlicensed spectrum? Do you need licensed spectrum? Do you need a private network at all? Or could this be done with Edge and with Wi-Fi, as I said before? So the telecoms industry needs to start leveraging its knowledge, its marketing and sales engine, its skills there, to take that role as a trusted advisor to help the end customer think through the business case here. And the last one, of course, is cost. So there is an issue around the absolute cost and availability of devices. So, for example, an asset tracking device that is a 5G form factor at the moment is 30 times more expensive than the 4G or the Wi-Fi counterpart. So if I'm an enterprise customer looking to implement a asset tracking solution in my factory, where I might need thousands of devices, I'm not going to pay 30 times for each device because it becomes prohibitively expensive for me, really. So the availability and the cost of those devices needs to come down, which it is over time, but that's been a major barrier at the moment. And then the cost of the infrastructure. So the private 5G infrastructure actually being too expensive as a price point compared to Wi-Fi. And yes, there are some flagship customers that they talk about £1 million spend in the first year, but when we talk about scaling to the remainder, the early majority of adopters, they're not going to pay $1 million per year. They're going to be wanting something closer to 100,000 per year. And so the price point of private 5G really needs to come down. And it's not just the absolute cost, it's the cost model. And I've mentioned a couple of times the move towards more managed services and the as-a-service model for private networking. So not so CapEx intensive, but actually much more OpEx. AWS have been fast to do this with their managed 5G. HPE have been fast to do this with GreenLake. I know Ericsson is coming through with theirs as well. But the need to move towards more OpEx-based pricing to make the year one business case much more attractive and to make it much easier to manage those budget cycles for the enterprise customer. So we need to have the industry working together to address all three of these challenges to actually capture the opportunity at the private 5G edge and start to monetize some of the investments they're making in 5G and edge computing. So I think if I click through, that should be the last slide from me. So maybe that's, I don't know if there are any questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Darius? Jesus?
Hello. I have just a question regarding the interoperability that could come up regarding private networks and public networks. Do you have something to say about that? I have been thinking or going through several processes where are companies interested on that issue. Thank you.
So sorry, that question was the interoperability of private and public networks. Yeah, we actually just did a report recently with Netcracker that was looking at where is the interplay between on-prem dedicated campus networks and falling off onto the public network through slicing. We're also doing a project at the moment with an operator in Western Europe where they don't really want to build more private networking infrastructure. They're trying to work out what they can do with public versus not. And it's a really interesting case, especially for nomadic use cases like drones. And I think someone did mention a drone use case in one of their presentations for surveying buildings, for example. If I've got a private network that covers my campus, I don't necessarily want to build that to cover all of my outdoor coverage. So I may need to have a private network for my drone within the campus, but then when it's roaming and it's actually surveying, it needs to fall onto public infrastructure, but I need to still provide that reliability of service. So that interchange is certainly an area where there is a lot of work being done. I'm not sure you can do it tangibly well yet. I think there is a lot of technology advancement that needs to happen on the operator side and how you do make sure that there's no packet loss between that transition and it's still secured in the move from your on-premise infrastructure to the public. But that interplay, that orchestration is what players like Netcracker are trying to work on and understand that interplay between the two. There are other use cases that we talk about, for example, if there's more temporary compute. So you might have an on-premise private MEC that runs, day in, day out, your usual workloads. But then let's say the Royal Mail, for example, in the UK, when it comes around to Christmas, needs to suddenly scale up because everyone's sending letters home or sending letters to family, etc. And so they don't really want to build or provision a private network to manage that compute level for the whole year. They really just want to add a temporary piece. So suddenly you use public infrastructure as well to augment what you already have on the private network. So there are use cases where that roaming or that interplay is essential. We think they're relatively niche in comparison to some of the others, but as I said, there needs to be a bit of work done by the industry to work on that interplay and orchestrate between orchestrate the handover. And that ties in, when I mentioned the different models, the all in a box versus the hybrid, why there is a bit of a lag there and why some of those industries that are more hybrid in nature haven't been able to adopt yet because that interplay hasn't been fixed. So, any other questions? Great, in which case I think we're going to a break.
So we have a 30-minute coffee break. If you go behind you can grab a coffee. Please come back for the final hour about payments and DCB, and then we have a cocktail reception at 5:30. Thank you.
PIMS. I'm Director of Programs with MEF, and we are on the last stage home just before the MEF lounge opens. And I'm pleased to introduce my colleague, Ross.
Hi, how's it going? I work alongside James at MEF here, working on content and programs. You might have seen me at the DCB working group and the content and advertising working group, where I'm very much involved. If you're not a part of that, please do get in touch, because we have really, really good discussions. But yeah, DCB payments is what the next hour is about, isn't it?
That it most certainly is direct carrier billing. Yeah.
Yes, exactly, direct carrier billing. So we're going to go through some slides from the last payments report. One of the good things about being a MEF member is you get all these reporting, and you get all these insights. So we do consumer surveys every year, and this one is about payments. So will we get stuck in?
Get stuck in.
Perfect.
Go for it. No messing around. Great. So as Ross mentioned, we run consumer research every year. This is MEF's own research for you, the members. And up till now, we've been researching 650 smartphone users in 10 countries. Now, there's a really decent split there in that 650. So it's between users, heavy users, light users, men, women, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really split nicely across demographics in those 10 countries. But we're pleased to say that this time around, we've expanded it to 13 countries. So when you see the payments report for 2023 coming out, it's actually using research commissioned from across 13 countries. Now, the report that Ross and I are going to be going through now is from last year, the 2022 payments report, but it sets things up very, very nicely for the coming panel.
Perfect. So this is pretty much everything just James has said. So it's 6,500 people in total, 650 respondents per country. We have the data segmented in all sorts of ways. So if you want to play around with this data yourself, go on the MEF website, if you're a MEF member, of course, and you can have all the Excels you want if you're an Excel and data nerd. So, first up, the good news, the headline is that more people are using DCB than ever. Last year, 1/3 of users never paid for services with mobile phone bill, aka DCB. This year, only 1/5 of users said they hadn't used it. So that's the main thing, right? So we have this this pie chart here. So what this really shows to me is that, you know, paying for goods and services online is more popular than it's ever been with DCB, of course. And these behaviors really started to cement during the pandemic, of course, when people started paying for way more stuff online. So, of course, we saw kind of a spike in these behaviors. But these behaviors are here to stay. This report was made when the pandemic was sort of ending, lockdowns are being lifted, and these behaviors were still stronger than ever. Yeah, anything to add?
Yeah, absolutely. So from me, the key takeaway here is actually, I like this column right here. You'll be seeing on Tuesday afternoon at the FERA, starting at 3 p.m., MEF is hosting the Future of Mobile Summit. And we actually have a payments-related panel, which is sponsored by Bango, and I'll be moderating that, looking at exactly this area of subscriptions, and more importantly, the intelligent bundling of those subscriptions by mobile operators and telcos working with providers we have in the room today is absolutely critical. So I see this thing increasing over time. Now, you can see here parking or other ticketing services. So when it comes to direct carrier billing, there are physical goods. So a physical good would be a can of Coke, a Mars bar, something like that. Then there are, of course, digital goods. No problem at all. We understand that. You go to an app store, download something, pay for a paid version of the app, premium version of that app. But then there is something in the middle, which some people call physical, digital, and this is where ticketing sits. So what we're seeing, what Ross and I have been hearing from members, we had the pleasure of also being at the Global Carrier Billing Summit last year in Berlin, because MEF worked proactively with Informa to put that event together, and we hosted it. And that topic of actually ticketing came up quite a bit. So we think, keep an eye on that little area of ticketing. definitely the subscription side of things. And goods and services from a shop, that's purely down to regulation. Because in many, many countries, you cannot add the charge for something physical to your phone bill at all, because of the local regulation. So for example, in the UK, you can't do that, but in Germany, you can. So regulation has a big role to play. So there are quite a few takeaways from that slide.
Perfect. So DCB has always been popular with the older demographics. We've always seen that in the past, and this year is no exception. In fact, the 45 to 54 demo we saw more people than ever in any other year said that they were using DCB. Obviously, there's huge room for growth in the younger demos. Yeah, James, what do you think?
Yeah, totally agree. So I sit firmly in the middle of that 45 to 54, unfortunately. Safe to add that this chap doesn't. He's somewhere very much...
I'm just out of the blue. I went into the red, so...
There we go. So much younger than me. But no, so that figures very, very much with what we're seeing across our working groups as well and what clients are saying as well. But it just shows, though, please, 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 so much digital content out there. We hear time and again with the digital content. We hear so much content is developed and games, etc. It's always focused at younger people. But actually, at the end of the day, who's got the real money to pay for the stuff and consistently and everything like that? And guess what? It tends to actually be the people who might be a little bit older as well. So please do not ignore that side of things. And I'm pleased to say MEF members do not ignore that. And we have plenty of MEF members who develop content, for example, educational content. So moving beyond just games and things like that. That's not saying, of course, older people don't like playing games, because myself, I've been playing Xbox for 20 years since the beginning. So, yeah.
Great. So, as we've seen before, as income rises, people are more likely to pay for things with their mobile bill. This is still the case, but we're beginning to see the gap close compared to last year as mobile billing is becoming more universally adopted across the board. So we're basically seeing a more kind of even spread as things go out. Almost 90% of high-income users paid for some services by their phone bill, and this is the highest we've ever seen.
Yeah, my only takeaway for that is it really comes down to trust as well. And it might be those people who might be earning that little bit more might be able to, for example, to afford a smartphone and might be able to subscribe to more services, so therefore are more comfortable and familiar with it. So it's just a logical, natural extension of it.
Perfect. So why do you use mobile billing for payments? So obviously the highest is the convenience factor. I think that's something that DCB players have always tried to lean into. I mean, what's more convenient than your own phone number? And also speed is very, very important. Security is the least important factor, which is interesting because later on in this report you'll see that concern for fraud is actually quite high, but when it actually comes to why you want to use your mobile phone billing, consumers didn't really see that as a factor.
Yeah, it's all about keeping the lack of friction in that payment channel, and friction kills the payments as well. So it's all about ensuring that friction isn't present. And from what we're seeing at MEF as well, from all our working groups, and indeed markets where the regulator hasn't actually set foot really hard, had to do that to really stamp out fraud so much. So where there isn't, for example, PIN flow being implemented, like perhaps there might have been in the UK, whereas there's a little bit of light touch regulation. That really comes from self-regulation by the companies in the sector policing themselves responsibly. Then there is less friction and the channel will be used more. The same goes for the world of messaging, which we're going to be coming to tomorrow as well.
So female users like the convenience speed of mobile billing compared to male users. That pretty much is what it is. I don't know if we can really add anything to that, but it is interesting.
No, that it perpetually is. I know it's. I know.
Susan, can you confirm?
I know that. I saw that when I was going through the presentation. But there we go. This was from last year. But there we go. But Ross did a grand job. He actually put this whole thing together for last year's survey, so you did an amazing job. It was sent to me to read, and I didn't even pick that one. So blame me. But there we go. But it's convenient for those of you who understand the English language. There we go.
So this is the breakout between Android and iOS. So we're really starting to see patterns, kind of similarities between the Android users and the iOS users when before they were quite different. So convenience is a really important factor for Android users this year. It was not the case in previous years. So they're kind of becoming more in line with the iOS users. Yeah,
nothing much to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Facts are facts.
So when it comes to concerns, people are more concerned than ever. Every single metric here that you can see, the chairs might be in the way, but for example, my payment details being stolen, future payments authorized without my approval, all the concerns are higher than ever. Only 21% of all the consumer users of the 6,500 people said they were not worried about any of these issues, and that is a decrease from last year.
Thank you. I've only just twigged what this gentleman was saying about in the audience, that the chairs are in the way.
Yeah.
We should have moved those earlier.
Yeah, we have some people coming on stage in just a second, so I couldn't
exactly.
I couldn't really move them. But yeah.
We're not playing musical chairs.
How are we doing
right
for
now.
time? Oh.
We're doing all right. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Do we have any questions on this while we're here?
You can have the questions for our expert panelists coming up. Okay.
No, perfect. Keep moving.
This is the interesting one.
Yeah. So concerns with mobile payments by mobile engagement. So I mean, this really just shows how much we break out this data. You can break out this data in any such way. So I really, again, highly recommend playing around with it in your own time, making your own kind of discoveries. But we saw that just like previous years, users with higher level of mobile engagement are much more concerned with all these aspects of fraud and security. And they also make more use of payment via mobile billing. And obviously, the vice versa is true for low engagement users. They have less concern about these types of fraud, and of course, they make less use of the payment method.
Yeah, exactly. If you come to the next slide, I think, which looks at the countries. Now, this is very, very interesting. So if you look at South Africa in particular, almost doubled in this metric, up from 22% last year to 42%. So remember, that's 2021 to 2022. In terms of overcharging. So what's been going on in South Africa? That's a real marked increase. There's certainly been some sort of destabilization or something going on in the payment space. And then Japan is always a weird outlier because Japan is very, very culturally mixed insofar that, yes, they're super technologically advanced. They're either number one or number two in terms of the most technologically advanced nation vying with South Korea. Yet, when it comes to payments, cash is so important. Yet, I think it's the only country in the world where you can pay for practically anything up to an unlimited amount on Amazon and add it to your phone bill. It's in Japan. So it's a weird one culturally as well with that. But yes, but the concern there has increased a lot as well about overcharging.
Yeah, it's increased all over the board. So concern is higher than ever. Perfect. And then high engagement users rate mobile payment security better than low engagement users, despite being more concerned about fraud.
Yeah, that's right. It is.
Perfect.
I think we are done.
Yeah, that's
with
it.
that.
Are we still awake?
Just seeing if there's any questions.
Oh, we have a question there, I think.
Matt,
Wait
we'll
for
get
the
you a
mic.
mic.
introduce yourself.
I'm Matty Crum, and from the Malaysia America Society in Washington, D.C. My question is, just in general, like in terms of year-to-year shift, you've been doing this survey. Anything that's kind of stand out, that we should be keeping track, from year to year, from last year to this year, more, less of something, and what are the key shift of if anything, in terms of trends and behavior? Yeah,
it's good question, Matt. And that wasn't a plant, by the way. Yeah, this gentleman was with me on a panel in Malaysia. We're very, very global and international. So we had an event in Malaysia in I was going to say 2 months ago, but it was last month in January. So Matt was on the panel. So for me, two things are, first of all, the security side of things. Security and anti-fraud is clearly a major issue, and it's still an issue, and it's a growing issue. And it mirrors very much what I'm seeing in the world of messaging and what we're seeing across all the messaging working groups. Because people are thinking, hang on a second, we've had mobile payments for so many years, we've had mobile messaging for so many years, whether it's SMS or other channels, but how come fraud is still an issue? How come we really haven't got a handle on it? The question is, the answer is remarkably simple. It's because those markets are growing so fast and are worth far, 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 far more. So with more people moving online now into the payments world, and you've got a lot of people who've never used, for example, a smartphone or bought anything online because they couldn't personally, physically go down to a shop because of events in the past couple of years, then they've resorted to online payments and they may not be so tech savvy. So the market has grown, but also the client base, and we've seen that with the age profile. Now remember, this is mobile payments in general, and we looked at direct carrier billing. So the age profile has grown as well. So I think we will see an increasing number of older people using it. So there are two dynamics in play. The market increasing, so therefore it's more attractive for bad actors to come into the market to try and steal our money and companies' money, plus the demographics at play, people who might not be so tech savvy and therefore make, unfortunately, easier targets. And it's up to all of us in this room to protect the consumer. And that's ultimately the heart of what MEF does. We're here to enhance all our members' brand profile, to give you a great platform for wonderful presence across the ecosystem. But in the back of our mind and everything we do in MEF across all of our working groups is, how do we protect our consumers? So that's absolutely central. That's security. So the security aspect is important. But for me, another trend I've noticed looking at the past years, I've only been with MEF 2 years, but I've been keeping track of this a few years and looking back, the subscription side of things. We'll be talking about that, I'm sure, coming up now in the panel. More and more people are moving into the subscriptions world, and it's about intelligent bundling of that. And consistently, the past several years in our payments research, we've found that China, in all the markets researched, is leading the way in terms of mobile payment adoption. And that, if you track it back and look at the research, is based almost 100% purely on the fact that bundling is done very, very well there. Or put it this way, in a way that is attractive to the Chinese domestic audience. So those are the elements, Matt.
Great, thanks,
I think
James.
we need our...
Perfect. Well, I think that's enough from the survey.
It is.
We get into the last panel of the day. This is the last panel before you get to have cocktails, so we'll try to make it as interesting as possible. Guys, do you want to come up on stage?
Where do you want me to sit?
Perfect. So, first up to my right, I have Patricia from Telecoming. Do you want to introduce yourself, Patricia?
Hello. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm happy to be here. Thank you, MEF, for inviting us to participating in this panel. So my name is Patricia. I'm representing today, proudly representing Telecoming. It's a sport tech company that is really focused on creating and distributing mobile experience for fans, for sports fans. And we have been working in the DCB landscape since 2008, so it's for a while. And since 2018, when we became the partner of Real Madrid, I am super proud about that. I don't know if it's the right place to say in Barcelona, but anyway. So since then, we have started working on the sports side, and it's a very nice industry. And since then, we have been developing our activity in creating these mobile experiences and distributing through telcos. We are currently working in 27 countries with operating with 50 telcos. So with a big portfolio of brands and properties, and so I'm happy to participate to talk about payments here. Thank you.
And you're also a board member of Telecoming, is that correct?
Yes, I am. Yeah. That's I'm also a mother. I have a lot of jobs.
And get the whole life story. Next up, we have Tanuj. How's it going, Tanuj? Can you tell us about Tata Communications and what you do?
So, hello everyone. This is Tanuj here. So, I work at Tata Communications and I lead the product marketing for a CPaaS portfolio. It is called as Tata Communications Tigo. Right. So it has been an exciting space for me to venture in the last couple of years. And today I'm looking forward to this panel and bring in a different perspective of how payments in India is revolutionizing not only apps, but people and businesses, right? So that is also a perspective that I'd like to bring about today, apart from the use cases of DCB in India.
Great, thank you. And then finally, Krezo, how's it going?
I'm Kresho, I'm VP Products and InfoVip, and that's for me because the drinks are already being served, so keep it super short. And I'm responsible for our CPaaS and SaaS stack, and here excited to participate in this panel to see, because we are seeing a lot of movements in the messaging space and the evolution into super apps.
And I wasn't expected to be on the panel, but I am now. but I'm here.
We are happy us to join us.
I don't mind.
James hasn't been on stage all day. So,
I know.
he had to.
Scot-free, not one all day. Tomorrow I'm making up for it. I think got 9 tomorrow. So there we go. Yeah. From 9 o'clock in the morning as well. But anyway, so it goes back to Tanuj, what you've just said, and Kresho, what you've just said. So at the very heart of Tata Communications, I know. So you've been very much voice and messaging oriented, moving into payments as well. Messaging is very much the core of what InfoBip does, but of course you've got your payments arm as well, Centilli, and you've got other areas in that. There's very much, I'm seeing a crossover in the payments and the messaging world. And we at MEF have run a couple of digital transformation events. And what I saw from those, we had very much, we had a payments day, we had a messaging day, and we had a cybersecurity and a bit of IoT in their day. And I thought those, when I put that event together, I really did think those 3 audiences would be very, very separate and stand alone. But what we actually found is when we looked at the stats, the viewer stats, this was an online event only, we actually saw loads of people stayed for the full 3 days. And that's because all 3 areas, so messaging intersects with what you saw from Michael Becker and co. with personal data and identity today. It intersects with payments, it intersects with absolutely everything. So you need everything we do in our 6 ecosystems come together, and actually payments for so much of this is the trigger point for it all.
Absolutely. So, Patricia, the title of this session is How Payments World is Empowering Apps, but I think we're going to primarily touch on DCB and a lot of other things. But what are you seeing with DCB right now? What's the current state of DCB in your opinion?
Well, I think we are living a nice momentum for DCB. I think we have managed to surpass all these barriers about the bad press we had, and people is understanding how it works and understanding all the benefits it has. Naturally, the user trusts the operator. I mean, you may be not better than me because you are from the operator side, but they trust the operator. They have already given their bank details, so they trust in this entity as a payment provider. So this is one thing that we have done good, and I think we are managing with all the security stuff that we are working as an industry, eliminating all the bad practices that we have been suffering, all the players doing sometimes that it's too many times. So I think we're living in a good momentum. I think we really need to push harder now because we had the opportunity with DSP2 to increase the reach of the DCB with new industries like ticketing, donations, and parking and those stuff. And honestly, we didn't manage to do anything. And I really think we need to make a reflection as industry and why we didn't manage to go further with the DCB. If we all know that it's a good payment method, that is safe, that it's convenient, as you were saying in the industry, in the survey. And I think we need the help from operator side. Sorry about that. This is on you now. And I really need to keep pushing hard in this education for the user. So I think it's a good moment, but we have path to grow.
Absolutely, well said. Tanuj, kind of on a more region-specific level, so you are primarily operating in India. Can you talk about the current state of DCB in India, or should I say the lack of in India?
So when we talk about DCB, right, in India, there are definitely certain use cases that are working well. For example, personally, my OTT subscriptions are bundled with my payment plan. As a user, does it make my life easier? It definitely does. Considering the population of India, which is 1.4 billion, now you see the potential of growth in a country like India, right? It is humongous, right? The access to technology and mobile phones in the last 10 years have given this opportunity. So from a DCB perspective, the use cases are there, it's growing, but we need to develop more use cases. But what has worked well in India is another, alternative finance payment system that we have developed homegrown, which is called as UPI. Right? Just last year, last quarter in India, we had 20 billion transactions. That's a lot, right? The reason it works well is it provides interoperability across bank accounts. Your phone number is basically your bank account. Today, I can even transfer money from India to Singapore using the UPI payment, right? I don't need a alternative. I don't need to do a normal bank transfer. It happens in seconds. So the reason I'm talking about UPI is I just want to bring in the perspective of how a huge population, if it can grow UPI in the last 5 years from 0 to like majority of the transactions, then there is scope for DCB as well. Such that the right use cases need to be developed by the operators.
Yeah. And Tanuj, just make sure you're speaking into the mic. Yeah, if your head moves away from the mic. Just pretend you're singing ABBA or you're doing karaoke or something. Kreisho, can you talk about some of the pros and cons of DCB versus, let's say, like online mobile wallets and such?
More than advantages or disadvantages, I would say that what you were showing is the use cases are tip of the iceberg if you compare them with the total money or payments available in the market within e-commerce. So traffic, tickets, or subscriptions for Netflix and gaming is really a small amount compared with the rest. And the telecoms are not there. They are not taking more. As Tanuj said, there are practices and software companies building on top of the telco network where the primary identifier is the phone number, and they're doing payments using the phone numbers, and the telecoms are not doing that. So you have it in South Africa, in India, across the LATAM, in Europe. So everybody is using the infrastructure, the phone number, the MSISDN, building payment solutions, but it's not DCB. That's one example. The other one where the telecoms are, again, kind of losing or being too slow is the super apps, the messaging apps. WhatsApp, Viber, here is Viber somewhere, Apple, Google. So they all have their own chat apps, and people are spending more and more time in those applications, and they are performing payments there. They have Apple Pay, they have Google Pay. WhatsApp is integrating the whole payment ecosystem available. So that will be a one-stop shop, again, going against not against, but being faster than telecom. So that's a big concern for the MNOs, and they should be much more faster. RCS is one of the answers, definitely, where they could go with DCB integrated in RCS and provide a seamless and exceptional UX. And the other one is building, actually, fintech solutions on top of their network, because they have the seamless identity, they have the user base, they could be building exceptional stuff. So insisting on old school DCB for, gaming and SMS parking, it's too slow.
Absolutely, yeah. Come back to you, Patricia. What do you think of the place of DCB is in relation to apps? I mean, that is the title of this session, after all. Do you think that they are helping apps and apps are helping DCB, vice versa? Yeah.
Well, I think the apps it's like a format of delivering content finally, and I think in different countries we have seen success stories about how DCB has been implemented in-app purchases. So this is good, since for a while it was just Apple Pay and Google Pay just monetizing this kind of content. So it was like a barrier for DCB to go in. But they are opening. We are seeing great case studies there. So I think it's a good. They really need to open much more. But I think finally app is just a model, a format of delivering content. It's not it's not much different from a website. It's just if you go for Africa, we have been operating in Africa since 2015. If you go to Africa and you offer an app, it will be hard, But maybe a website. So it's just for me, it's just a channel of delivering content, and it's good to have DCB in it. We are seeing it how it's opening, and we will see it opening in new markets. So this will be good for DCB for sure.
Right. Tanuj, a bit of a curveball, but what do you think, will non-traditional banking kind of become its own separate payment ecosystem when we compare that to traditional banking?
I think it has already become. We are in that stage where non-traditional banking has moved ahead of traditional banking in India. I see that day to day. Today, I just go to a roadside vendor. He doesn't even have a shop, but he has a QR code, right? So it has, in certain markets, it has. The speed at which is growing, it will definitely pass the traditional banking. And that's where traditional banking needs to innovate, come up with use cases, so that to integrate these services in their systems as well. So in the Asian markets, especially in India, yes, it has grown. With interoperability in countries, right, and payments across countries, this will further grow. who wants to go through the process of taking a payment 24 hours to have that happen when it can be done in a matter of seconds? So I think traditional banking systems need to evolve, make it more faster and convenient for the end users.
Right. Kresho, you mentioned super apps. I'd like for you to kind of touch on super apps more, specifically the place of payments in super apps, DCB and the wider payment world.
So yeah, we see it coming from the SEPA space, primary message channel being SMS. We see the disruption happening on the market and growth of WhatsApp, Google Business Messages and similar ones. And they are trying to replicate the WeChat in China. On WeChat, you can purchase anything. You can order a taxi, order pizza, get your kids' school reports, order an appointment with the doctor, get a new ID, and so on. So all of these, let's say, big players, Apple, Google, and Meta, are pushing in that direction. And that's WhatsApp, that's Apple iMessages, and that's RCS/GBM. The other motion that we see also, where there is the, let's say, not collision, but there is the move from fintechs. You have Revolut here in Europe. They started with their own messaging. So, and you have Klarna in Sweden. So everybody wants to become the super app. And the super app means messaging, payments, or food ordering, and all of that. So everybody's trying to go into that direction because there is the trend last 4 or 5 years that there are 0 downloads. All of us here are using mostly 3 or 5 apps most of the time, and everybody wants to become the app which would be mostly used. So,
yeah. James, do you agree?
Yeah. So going back, touching on a few of the points lining up here. So start with Kresho. You mentioned super apps. You mentioned Rakuten Viber, who are a MEF member, I'm pleased to say. And they were sponsoring a session, our Future of Mobile Summit. And guess what? It's all about the rise of the super app. And I'm moderating that. So you'll be hearing a lot more about that on Tuesday afternoon in Hall 7, Theatre 4, about exactly that. So totally right. They're moving towards, ultimately, they will be getting towards payments as well. So there's a real trend to that. And at the end of the day, it's about convenience. That's all about convenience. But let's talk about trust. And the mobile network operators have a level of trust that every single company, if you're not a mobile network operator, would absolutely love. And you look at Africa, you look at India, the whole continent of Africa is 1.4 billion people. India, as one country, has 1.4 billion people. The most trusted brand in Africa is, anybody in the audience?
Tata.
One of the
MTN. Thank you. Tata is India. Yeah. But there we go. It is MTN, correct. MTN, Mobile Telephone Network. What a simple brand name. How amazing is that? They are the most trusted brand in Africa. So what a strong position. You come here to Spain, you come to the UK. If we were to walk out on the streets of Barcelona here, ask anyone, little kids, say 4 or 5 years old, upwards to someone who's 80 or 90 years old, please tell us the name of a mobile phone operator. Practically 95% of them would be able to tell you at least one of them here in Spain, or the UK, or in India, or in Croatia. It would be exactly the same. That's trust, and that's trust that cannot be bought overnight. So leverage that position. Now, the one thing, though, about DCB we haven't talked about is the commercial model. So with, for example, mobile operators and with the other players in the DCB pie, let's say talking about parking, if I'm paying with a credit card, then let's say the cost to the parking provider is, say, 2%. And with an Amex, it could be...
Sorry, it's 0.5%.
Is that all?
Yes.
For a credit card now?
Yes.
Wow. See.
Yeah,
I'm old and behind the
crazy.
times. That low, it's 0.5%. Okay, so then you're making my point even better for me. But what do we need to do with the commercial model then? We need to surely work together as the ecosystem and encourage people to say that the commercial model for DCB, in order to encourage widespread of adoption of it, it's exactly like with SMS. If a mobile operator has set a commercial model, or anybody has set a commercial model where the price of SMS is like that, it's not going to be used. Whereas if it's like that, it's going to be used a lot more. So what can we do as an industry? I'd be interested to hear that as well. And we, within MEF, and all the members of MEF, including operators, do to work on the industry to get the commercial model for actually using DCB lower.
But honestly, I think telcos, they need to choose the battle, because they cannot operate in all the fields, you know, because there is not only about it's not only about the price, that it's super expensive. Honestly, it's super expensive. It's also about the way that you know, the liquidation of the revenues. You know, in a parking, for example, each day they receive the money. You ask a telco to give the money every day to the merchants, and they will say, what? They are not prepared for this kind of stuff, because it's not their business. Telco's business is one, so they really need to choose the field to battle for this payments industry. It's not useful
saying
for
it has to be
everything.
used, DCB is great for specific use
Yes,
cases,
that is,
but we
exactly.
can't view it as a
Yes.
catch-all payment method.
Yeah. And the banks, you know, the business of the banks, it's not about payments neither. It's about managing the money. It's about managing risk. It is the real business of the bank. So honestly, payments is like, that's why it's not expensive at all to process a credit bank operations. But I mean, I think it's place for everyone. So if for example, I don't know, Tata, but if you allow your user to pay a ticket for plane, like 1,000 euros, and then you have on payments, what do? I mean, it's so, if the ticket is very high, there's a risk that telcos cannot manage because it's not their business. So they're really well placed in micropayments, they're really well placed in, they really need to choose the battle. And if we find the model, I think there is a cake for everyone. There is place for everyone.
So just going back to one thing Tanuja was saying, you were mentioning that someone from India could transfer money to Singapore. Did you happen to know what's the charge for that? Is it a couple of %, or what is it? Any idea?
So currently the UPI system is subsidized in India. It's the initiative that was started by the government some years back and was subsidized. So I think the transaction charges are way less than what a traditional would be. It is less than 0.5%. It's 0.4 to 0.5, because it's also an initiative between the governments, right? They want to make interoperability as the main focus.
So it's digital inclusion for all.
It's digital inclusion because they want to capture that market, right? It's, as I said, 1.4 billion. It will empower businesses across the world and India also. If merchants can transfer directly money to India in a matter of seconds, you remove your whole credit cycle comes down. So that's what they want to do. They want to empower businesses. So I think it's been subsidized, but it's not affecting a lot because the volume of transactions are in billions. So the game, again, how SMS was commercialized, right? So similar approach is being taken here.
Should there be different, business models for different types of goods and services? Krish, I'd love to know what you thought about that.
Yeah, but I think the standardization is coming out from what Patrizia was saying and Tanuj, basically, that when you have a standard and the merchants have a standard how they approach the telecoms, they know the business model, it's much easier to attract, let's say, the merchants on the platform, and that's critical. We see challenges in IoT, we see challenges in 5G, as they were mentioned before. There is no standard, everybody has its own model, technical and business, and the adoption is struggling. The same thing might be here, because if you have a very heterogeneous, on the other side, with SMS, it's pretty straightforward, per message, and then you have different models, but the technical standard is there and the business standard is there. Having same thing within the DCB should facilitate the adoption from merchant side of the solutions of the telecom, because today the world is really interconnected. As Tanuj said, you have businesses from USA working in India, businesses in India working in Africa, and so on. And if they are struggling understanding the business model for each and every telco, it's not getting adopted. So I think it's critical to have a standard from technical point of view as well as a business model for DCB.
Yeah, and Patricia, what do you think of, let's say, content payments versus service payments? What should the business model for each of those ideally be?
Well, I think it's not only a matter of price, because we're talking about the price, and I think it's not only a matter of price, because I'm going to put an example everybody will recognize. When you go to a gas station and then you pay for a Coke, like €4, nobody cares, because it's convenient for you. You want the Coke in that moment, so you buy the Coke and it's okay. So, the user, that is really unpopular sentence, but the user like to buy, but they don't like to pay. So that's a fact. So the closer the moment of the payment is to the moment of the enjoy of the service, the better. It's when you go, even when you go for having dinner in a terrace and then you see 10% plus because you're in the terrace, but you don't care. mean, it's not only about the price, it's if it's a payment method that is convenient in that moment. And it's a really, really, really hard war there, because we are competing with cash, with a credit card, with Apple Pay, with wallets. We are competing with every time. It's like transports. When you take a transport, you go from here to the beach. I don't know. You can take a bus. You can take a bicycle. You can take a taxi. It depends on the moment of the user. It depends on the moment of I mean, how far you go. If you go alone or you go for work. In the payment landscape, it's exactly the same. In each transaction, we are all competing, all the payment technology, to be the convenient one for the user. So DCB is much more convenient for many things, and this is very interesting. And we really need to believe that this is true, and the user will choose us. So it's not only about the price, it's about, honestly, it's about convenience.
Yeah, well said. I like that. I like that analogy. I mean, as we saw with the consumer survey, speed and convenience. That's all that matters. And you know, DCB, any payment system, it's working best when the user doesn't have to even think about it. The user's not going, "Oh, I'm using DCB." You know, it just comes automatically. You know.
Exactly. I mean, nobody wants to fill like 16 figures of a credit card in a 6 inches screen. It doesn't make any sense. It's like a super barrier for this. So, but you have one click, it's perfect.
Yeah. Tanuj, I want to shift gears slightly to micropayments. I'd love to know your thoughts about what kind of that business model. You know, does the cost to do business justify the amount of money?
So when we talk about micropayments and the cost to do business, again, the question that we should ask ourselves is, do such payments, by how much my user base has the potential to increase, right? If it is going into millions, billions, then whether it's a $1 payment or a $100 payment, you want inclusion. You want the user to use your payment methodology day in and day out. They may start with low transactions, but then in somewhere, you know, you'll have big transactions as well. So you have to look at the whole pie. So I think when we look at micropayments, different payments will work, right? Whether it's DCP, whether it's the homegrown UPI state payments that we are talking about. And it in the end comes to the user's convenience, what he is comfortable using, right? And that's why every payment methodology has its, you know, preferred user base, right? So I guess for micropayments, yes. In fact, for micropayments, these kind of alternate payment methodologies are the best. Who wants to go, you know, it's such a small value, who wants to go and add a 16-digit credit card?
Yeah, absolutely. Krish, I want to talk about gaming a little bit. What do you think about the place of DCB in gaming right now?
Great question. Next question.
Next question.
I think the gaming is in contrast what James was telling before about the trust, because there might be some challenges with DCB in gaming, which causes a lot of friction. And I think that the perception of DCB is very skewed due to the fraud that might happen in gaming. And I fully agree that the trust...
So by gaming, do you mean gaming and not gambling? You mean gaming?
Gaming, yeah, but you know, you were buying a sword, you are not very well informed that you are buying a sword, and then you buy a sword. Yeah. Gambling as well, but also in gaming. There are many companies. Some are doing great, and some are, you know, depending on the developer and the company. But that might throw a shade on the DCB and heavily influence how the people and the merchants actually, or the market perceives the industry. But on the other side, I fully agree with you that telecoms are the providers of trust across the globe. Europe, Africa, LATAM, we see the same thing. It's a well-recognized brand. People trust them, merchants trust them. So I think they should work on really bringing the awareness and entering into, go beyond the use cases that you are showing, going upscale, not going again into micropayments, which also might be identified with you know, with like a gray area or a shady area, but go into upstream, into subscriptions and premium, and finally into e-commerce payments, where the bulk of the money is.
Yeah. James, you have anything to add there?
Yeah, Crezo, his last few words, where the bulk of the money is very, very telling, because that's absolutely right. If you move to payment of physical goods with DCB, it's only going to be a tiny, tiny percentage of revenue, because ultimately we're out for the majority of countries. Japan is an absolute outlier here. We're going to be talking potentially, probably for something worth €3, €5, €7 in the physical goods. Like Patty was mentioning, the can of Coke for €4. No problem, I'll just add it. I'm at a petrol station, a gas station, and go for it. And that's about it. So it's very, very small item. And we talk about regulation. So when we were going through, right at the beginning, looking at the report, I mentioned the R word, regulation, and adding friction. We want that as little as possible. But yet, like in the UK, you can't pay for physical goods. So my question, let's start with Patty, question back to the panel is, what would you say to regulators in the UK, like countries in the UK where physical payment for physical goods is not allowed? What would you say to them? Would you say to them, yeah, go for it, as long as the transaction is less than, say, £5, what's the problem? Because that could open it up to a brand new audience, but would it be worth them doing that?
Thanks for this nice question, James.
Yeah. Trust me for those.
We'll talk later about that. I think it's hard, and I really believe that that telcos are not prepared for processing all the payments we really would like.
But even if the regulation, so we
it's
change the regulation, so in the UK tomorrow you can.
If you open everything, okay guys, now you can process everything with your car billing. And honestly, telcos will be afraid about unpayment. Because, I mean, if your monthly bill, it's about €100, for example. I don't know, I'm just inventing, right? The figures. And then you have 1,000, and you don't pay. You know, for example, I'm going to put an example. Vodafone Spain has 14 million users. If each user unpaid €1,000 in the bill, the company, it's broken. It's finished. It's not the business model. It's not about managing risk.
But I think there are rules and regulations in the EU where you can only spend a couple of hundred
it's €50 in one shot and 300 in per month.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if you open for everything, if you open and you have no limit on amount and you have no limit on industries, then you can realize that people is going to use this payment method without responsibility, because it's always paid later. You know. They are doing a financial stuff, like paying before for the users, because the merchant is going to have the money. So that's the problem. And finally, is the telco who needs to really recover this money. And I mean, I think we need to have a regulation. I'm really happy to open it to new industries, like vending, for example. This would be like physical goods, but you know, like this kind of moments that is closer to the experience of enjoying this purchase. This makes total sense for the car billing. For a ticket airplane, I mean, no, I don't think. For trousers, I don't think. I mean, it depends. I think, but we need to study all this, and when if you open all this, and then the user can buy something with DCB, and the cost of the transaction, it's much higher. Do you think it's the merchant who's gonna take the money, or it's gonna be reflected to the user? The user needs to agree with this. They really need to say, okay, I really want to pay more because it's more convenient, but I really need to know that it's going to be higher cost for me. You know, it's not so easy to make it, okay, let's open for everyone. I think we really need to be cautious of this. We have a super powerful payment method. I am super, super in love with DCB. I honestly think it's a really good payment technology, but we really need to use it correctly. And they open, and I come back to my first speaking at the beginning, they open the regulation, and we just see some use cases like small. It didn't become mainstream. And why? Well, I don't know. Maybe it's because as industry, we really need to think about that with the operators on our side, about the cost, about all this stuff. So it's more complicated. It's not an easy question, James. Thank you.
But Tanuj, in India, can you pay? I don't know here. It's not a trick question because I don't know. Can you pay for physical goods with DCB in India?
No.
No.
No. Okay.
So India is actually very regulated in the telecom market. The use cases for DCB are, like, as I said, very limited to content subscriptions and everything, but they do make life easier. To what extent they are, it has definitely made life easier for everybody. So,
once just to reflect on what Patricia was saying, we have also the very nice SMS, we have also the very nice voice, very nice old working DCB. But everybody's taking a part of it, and you know, it's decreasing. So I think the DCB should change and adapt to the needs of the market. So not to be just the micro payment, or they should, telecoms together with financial institutions should find a way how they adapt and how they can go upstream. Does it mean change of regulations? Does it mean new models? Does it mean telco finance banking, whatever? no. But if telecoms stay on DCB as they stay on SMS and voice, it's just a matter of time of painful. Everybody else is taking the part of the pie. I think that's inevitable, actually, and it's shown on the market. So
I really agree that they need to go one step further, but there are big opportunities that are coming. Like for example, or IoT is connected to the network. Many objects that you can pay for services and for anything. It's amazing. It's huge. And this is going to be connected to the network, so it's naturally can be paid with DCB. You have metaverse, everything is in the digital because there's nothing on physical, so it's amazing. It's also a big opportunity to pay with DCB. So there are big opportunities to grow. I mean, I am super happy if one day we pay everything with DCB, but I really think that it's not the moment yet. We really need to think about how to establish the model.
What do you guys think about the role of the merchants and the operators when it comes to regulation? Tanuj, do you want to jump in there?
I mean, in India, so it's the TRAI which makes these rules, right? So as I said, with respect to DCP, the regulations that they have set up, I mean, it's very limited. If the operators probably see a use case of the adoption as they had seen with UPI, then probably there will be significant development of use cases. But over the last 2-3 years, what we have seen is, yes, the telecom operators have added some services to DCP, but it's again very limited, and it's probably because of the regulations as well. So it's like passing the buck between the operators and the regulators. So somehow they need to figure out if they want to, invest in this model of payment. So that's a call they will have to take together.
Right. Do you guys see a world where DCB and crypto payment can live harmoniously? Kreso, what do you think?
For sure. Yeah, but in a way that, again, coming back to my last statement, that DCB adapts to the new trends and embraces multiple things beyond just, micropayments. But for sure, yes.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
The question is, what is the future for crypto itself, or bitcoins and this? But the blockchain definitely has a value. We see it in India with the standard DLT, which is super valuable. So there is definitely future for blockchain in messaging as well, already in payments. So yes.
Great. How are we doing for time? Are we?
We can be there. Yeah, we can finish up.
Perfect. Do you want to get open to questions to the audience?
Any questions from the audience?
You guys still out there?
Surely someone's got a question for James. Okay, perfect.
What about Ross? What about Chris and Tanuj and Patty as well?
Jean?
Yeah, I'll break the ice. Jean Pradas from BTS. Patricia, you mentioned that the bank's business is managing risk. James, you talk about regulations. Just recently in the States, the IRS, the tax authority, is looking to any Venmo payments over $500 to be listed or claimed, etc. What do you guys think about money laundering? Where does that fall into this?
Wow. Okay. Well, I think, in Europe, as it works right now, is that even if you operate in what we call the detailed exemption of the law, that is the DSP2, you need to be also in a register of, like it's saying, a guy to the bank, I am operating in this exception, and you need to be also like listed in that sense to notify that you're processing payments for third people, So it's quite similar, but it's not so strong in that sense. If you don't have a payment license, you just need to tell them that you are operating in this field, and that's all. But when it comes to regulation, it's a little bit hard because a regulation makes everything slower, everything. But we also need it. For example, for the laundry stuff, when you talk about that, the beginning of PayPal, I don't know if you remember, they had so much problems also with cryptos. They have so much problem at the beginning because of the lack of regulations about that. I think it's a risk that, honestly, in DCB, that I consider a mature payment technology. It doesn't happen because finally everything is tracked. So I think it's quite safe in that sense. But maybe you have another opinion and more information about that?
Not really, but Gene, I have to admit that, again, particularly within the Fraud and Revenue Assurance Working Group, which I run on the messaging side within MEF, it's very clear to hear that there are some very, very intelligent bad actors out there. And when it comes to the world of premium messaging, it doesn't take a little stretch of the imagination to work out how one can move around significant amounts of money in a very, very easy way using that channel. And guess what? Premium messaging, payments, DCB, content payments, it all rolls together. So in order to make something trusted, we as an industry have got to come together, and you've got to self-police it, because you look at out there, and at the end of the day, there's some huge organizations, and I mean huge ones, and brand names we know and love, who have faced situations of their own creation, shall we say, in this payment space. And those situations have come home to roost, and they've paid the price, they've got over it, and they've moved on. You look in Germany at the whole Wirecard fraud, which I think was 4 billion euros, and people are thinking, how on earth can something like that happen? Wirecard, wow, what an amazing fintech, what an amazing unicorn, and look what happened, look what it was. So at the end of the day, Gene, there can be no guarantee, but regulation is critical, but better than that is self-regulation, and there's nothing better than that, than working together with organizations such as MEF and the GSMA and the i3 Forum and so many other well-known member organizations, shall we say, around the world.
Is there a country, I'd love to hear from each of you, is there a country that regulatory-wise that you think is kind of the poster child when it comes to regulation?
I think the best example is Japan. You talked about that before. I think they are super, it's very consolidated, the different payment technologies, and they are really open in that sense, and it's quite safe as well. So I think it's an example where we can look to like an inspirational side.
And I think, but closer to us, Japan is, I think, it's a very good example, but it's a very much an outlier in terms of culture. But closer to home, I would say Germany and
Turkey.
And Turkey as well.
Yeah, you can pay also the gas with with DCB. It's amazing.
But what I like about Germany in particular, and they've tried it in the UK and other countries, but the German operators, I've never seen a panel like this. This was at the Carrier Billing Summit last year. It had all three German operators, the three guys who run basically carrier billing for their operators. So carrier billing in Germany was on stage in one panel. They were all talking together. I think it was wonderful. Absolutely seeing that in action. And they've got together, and it's not just about the regulation though as well, it's also about how you market it. And in Germany, they've got a really neat tagline, zahl einfach per Handy Rechnung, pay easily with your mobile bill for stuff. So they've got together, they've come up with that, they've put in that, they're invested in that. TV advertising, where do you see in the world TV advertising for DCB? You don't, you've got that.
This is also wonderful, isn't it?
Yes. This is exactly what it is. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Ben.
Hi, Ben from Bango. I've just got a quick question. I know you touched on subscriptions just briefly. I thought I'd just kind of get an opinion around the panel. I don't know if you've seen the likes of something like Verizon Plus Play that's come onto the market recently. They're kind of doing a beta launch at the moment. About kind of creating this kind of super bundling app where you can kind of access 20, 30, 40 subscription apps all in one place. What are your opinions on a technology like this that could kind of open up opportunities for telcos in the space?
Should I? Go, please.
No, if it's similar to what everybody else is doing. So fintech apps are doing it, banks, chat apps, so telecoms are also doing it. It's the concept of the super app that I was talking, I think. And it could be done from a technological point of view or also from the business point of view where you're bundling all the services within one app. We also did something like that a couple of years ago, unsuccessfully. The reason for that is the user base. So it's a B2C business where you are depending on the number of end users who download your app and use that app. So that's critical, where all the chat apps are in the front seat because they have 2 billion plus end users. So telecoms do have their own base A bank has their own base, but the chat app has across the world, across every industry, across everything. That's why they are in a bigger, in a better position than everybody else, because it's pure numbers, and the one with the largest user base at the end might be the winner.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would like to add one point. The case of super apps, that is already existing in India. There are certain operators who have delivered that successfully, right? It makes sense because, it's good for these apps also because they are getting access to a user base directly without having to, impart so many marketing efforts. So I think it's win-win situation for whether it's an operator or the application who are in partnership with them. It's working well in India because the people have, a diverse range of interests. So of the 20 super apps, 10 may be relevant to me, but I don't want to have 10 accounts differently. It's linked to my operator account. So I think it will grow in other markets as well.
Yeah, maybe one last one, if you guys have time.
Yeah, we have time. Go ahead.
Well, thanks for great panel. Is it audible, right?
No, it's on. You can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
I'll take from where Creso left. My name is Bhanu. I represent a company called Tubelight Communication from India. A long time back, there were two friends, right? Telco and bank, let's say. Telco was supposed to do the telco things, and bank were supposed to do the banking thing. Now, bank got another friend, right? Paytm. And telco got another friend, Infobip, right? So I want to understand in the context of ever-evolving world that we live in today, let's say 5 to 10 years from now, where we are heading, right? So now in that ecosystem, there are companies, right, who are doing or building apps like payment apps or other apps. Then in the context of super apps, how we together not competing and breaking the ecosystem and evolving together, right? Because you might end up thinking that, people who are actually building their system on the backbone that I provide and growing faster and healthier than the original producer of those services. So what you guys think, where we are going, not ending up fighting each other, competing, rather building something which is going to help each and everyone as an end user and as a, people taking the responsibility to build that ecosystem.
What do you guys think? Creso?
I can answer.
You were mentioned. Your name was
I think
mentioned.
you have to answer, yeah.
This is for everyone, right?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to understand how we are going to go about this together. I was also hearing the report that James presented and so many people talking about so many things, right? 5G, and then things are evolving, right? So how we are going to take this forward together? So that is the question.
I can speak from Info's point of view, how we see. So we entered, and I think that might be replicated across. We identified, we had an enterprise sales, we have so direct sales partnerships, and we have, let's say, a developer community. But we identified that we are going to empower other platforms. So we are going to become a platform for platforms, because we realize we cannot compete with telecoms in selling to largest enterprises. We cannot compete with, companies like Microsoft selling to developers, but we are going to partner with them. So this is how we positioned. I think each of us here needs to find their niche and then, okay, we have competitors there like, in the SIPA space like Twilio and Cinch and so on, but that's it. We are not competing with Microsoft, we are not competing with telecoms, we are partnering with them. So that's one way how we look at it, that we become the communication platform, so that's our core business. For telecoms, it's hard to say because the core business is communication as well, and they are looking for new revenue streams. I think the telecoms should be faster in adopting new technologies, not always being disrupted. I worked in a telecom for 15 years, and I left it when an incumbent came because we started being too slow. I was filling financial reports all day instead of innovating. And I think that's a big challenge with telecoms.
Correct. Even Patricia mentioned the right thing, right? Even if you want to do things that you think you should be doing, but you may not be doing that because the scale it demands, right? Let's say you have to pay a driver every day, right? So you're paying them, let's say once in a 10 weeks, it is going to hamper their lifestyle, their needs, right, on daily basis. That payment solution company may be doing that better, right? And if banks thinks that I can do that, they may not be able to do that because that design is different, right? That need is different.
Absolutely. I think we need to take into consideration that finally there's a product behind every sales, right? And the main challenge we are all facing is the user acquisition stuff. Even if you are in a marketplace model, as Bango was presenting, or maybe a super app or a direct-to-consumer model, we are all competing to be chosen by the user, and it is super hard. And we need to find the correct distribution model to get in. I mean, if it's a merchant, like for example, Real Madrid, that would be happy to join a marketplace, that would be happy to join a super app, that would be happy to have a direct user acquisition. But I mean, the war is hard there. So I think this is the main challenge. It's about the user acquisition, not only about the payment technology.
True. Thanks a lot. My worry is only this, that since room is so big and everybody has got so many ideas, right? And everybody's trying to do everything. In the end, you may end up doing everything but not that well, versus doing one thing really, really great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to have to wrap it up there. You guys. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. But I think we're all done.
We are.
So now we're going to have some cocktails. Thank God.
And first of all, just like to thank Ross for putting this panel together. Really great questions.
Thanks. And thank you
really,
for
really
my
great
amazing
job.
speakers.
Great job. And again, speakers, so Patty, Tanuj, and Krisha. Thank you very much indeed. So now, everyone, it's time for the MEF Lounge. Those of you viewing online, I'm sorry, it's not time for you for the MEF Lounge, so you need to be with us at next year's event or another MEF event coming to you very soon. The next one is going to be in Miami on March the 20th to 21st. I'm going to be in India April 11th and 12th, and thereafter in Dublin the 18th and 19th. So off you go. Have a great time at the MEF Lounge, which is kindly supported this evening by Globe Teleservices and NetNumber. All the best and have a good evening wherever you might be. Bye.